Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. My name is Kartik. I'm one of the co-founders of ETH Global, and I want to give a super warm welcome to all of you for our Web3 Weekend. Now, all of you are watching this on a handful of different platforms. We're streaming this to Twitter, and everybody else here is on ethglobal.tv. So for those of you who are joining this thing for the first time, I want to quickly give an overview of how we've designed this experience. We wanted to design this thing so all of us can experience this event together, even though we're all in different parts of the world. So as you see the rest of the day go by, we'll see the stage match what everybody else is seeing. So we wanted to make this a super synchronous, but also a creative event for all of us. So there are some interesting things that are going on here. So kind of the first few things I want to mention is that we're going to be hosting all of our summit talks and Q&A from this interface. So if you're joining in right now, be sure to log into the chat here so you can ask any questions to our speakers. If as we kind of go by and we take breaks, you get to enjoy some of the lo-fi beats and a little bit of the radio. And today, for the first time, we're actually streaming this thing through LivePeer and a decentralized streaming platform. So we're super excited to be trying this out today. So as you see the rest of the talk and the day go by, all of that will be coming through and will be transcoded through LivePeer. So I want to thank all of them for making this work with us. And I'm super excited to see how all of this turns out for the rest of the weekend. So for those of you who don't know, this hackathon is organized by ETH Global. And ETH Global is an organization with a very simple mission. Our goal is to onboard thousands of developers into the Web3 ecosystem. We do this primarily by running hackathons and summits. And this weekend is no different. We're running a hackathon that spans today till the end of Sunday. And we're running a summit called Why Web3 after this intro talk, and we're going to talk about all the interesting things that are happening in the world of Web3 and how you can be part of that ecosystem in even a bigger capacity. So let's talk about the hackathon. We have an hour here for just the logistics we want to cover for the hackathon, and then we'll roll into our summit talks for the rest of the day. So this hackathon is one of our There we go. So we're super excited to be running this hackathon with all of you here. We have over 240 hackers from so many different parts of the world joining and hacking on interesting projects this weekend. On top of that, we're running a summit later today, and we already have over 400 people signed up to watch those talks. The attendees that are hacking and participating throughout the weekend come from 35 different countries, and we're spanning all this thing across 14 different time zones. So we're gonna have a lot of fun 24/7 until the event ends in 48 hours. And I can't wait to see what everybody else does and the cool things that come out of it. It's just wild to see so much diversity and how many people are joining us from so many different places around the globe. So as you meet a lot more people who are participating in this event and are interested in working on similar ideas, be sure to say hi to them and get to know somebody and make friends from all over the world. So what I want to do is today at least cover a handful of logistics for how this event's going to work. And before we get into all of that, I want to make sure that we kind of give some special kind of comments out. So not only is it just a hackathon and we have a lot of speakers and talks, we're also going to be inviting and hosting 10 different companies here who are participating at this event as sponsors and also as mentors. They'll be here to help you anywhere from get help technical or otherwise on your ideas, or help you integrate some of their protocols and SDKs and really make your life easy as you work on some interesting projects. On top of all of that, there's over $50,000 in prizes that are going to be given away this weekend. And we'll go into the details of what these prizes are and how you can qualify to win some of them. And I'll cover all of that in the next 30 minutes. So I want to especially thank Protocol Labs for being our partner for this event. Protocol Labs is an organization with a very similar goal as ETH Global to really make Web3 a big thing. And they do this by working on Filecoin and IPFS. So you're going to see a lot of interesting things that we can do with decentralized storage. And they'll have a lot more to say just right after I finish the logistics. So thank you so much, Protocol Labs, for being part of this event. We can't wait to have everybody else know how they can get involved in the protocol labs and the Filecoin ecosystem. On top of all that, we also have some amazing companies like LivePeer, Audius, Textile, Ethereum Foundation, The Graph, and Chainlink. And then Ocean Protocol, Unlock Protocol, and ENS, they're also here participating as sponsors for this event. So they have cool prizes you can win if you integrate some of their protocols and SDKs into your projects, but also they're here to help you really get into the Web3 ecosystem. So when we announced this event, we kept it very broad and entitled it the Web3 Weekend. And it's totally understandable how broad of a category that is. So we got a lot of questions from everybody asking, what does it mean to build something here, or how can they participate if they don't have too much exposure to the Web3 world? So kind of the common things that we've heard and we've told everybody is that there is a lot of overlap in everything that you're interested in already and how you can actually make that blend with the Web3 world. We have so many people working on NFTs and DeFi related hacks. That's kind of the most obvious classic thing we can all do. And there's so much support that we already have from our mentors and sponsors here for these topics. But there are so many other things you can do that can help you with decentralizing and social networks. And also a lot of game developers are also participating. So there's a lot of opportunities to make really cool games and host them on decentralized storage solutions or use creative smart contract implementations. Similarly, we have companies like LivePeer and Audius joining in as well. So you have a lot of room and creativity and flexibility to play with really interesting decentralized storage and audio and music related hacks. On top of all of that, if you are interested in anything that has to do with data or analytics, or really making sense of information, especially as it's openly available in a permissionless world in the world of Web3, you can build super creative hacks on that theme as well. And we have a lot of activity going on the Discord where you can not only find teammates, but we also have a list of ideas that you can work on if you are still trying to find out or figure out what you want to build for the next 2 days. So let's kind of quickly talk about the themes we're going to cover, especially in the logistics. I'll quickly walk through what the next 3 days are going to look like. If you are still looking for a team, I'll just go over what team formation looks like and how it's going to work. Also, how you can get help if you are stuck or you need any technical help or you want to understand how to do something really well in this ecosystem. All the prizes, all the talks in the workshops, and just also how judging will work on Sunday. And then we'll also cover what the summit format looks like today, and we'll go into our talks after I cover all the logistics. So the most important thing here is that all communication for this event is going to be on Discord. We're keeping this as asynchronous as possible because there's so many different time zones that we want to make sure are accommodated. So anything that happens for the weekend, whether it's talking to a sponsor, getting help, even follow-ups from our talks, or even questions about what I'm saying right now, Discord is the best place to ask those questions. The thing you want to note is that after you RSVP'd on your dashboard, you need to connect to Discord from your dashboard, because that will give you the right permissions to all the channels for this hackathon. This is, you'll know this by seeing a Web3 Weekend header on your Discord, and you will get to see all of our sponsor channels, all of our help and mentorship channels, and also all of our team channels for finding other teammates and just seeing who else is participating. So make sure that you have access to Discord. And if you don't see that, or if you're running into any issues, you can ping us on Discord again, because we are still there. We just won't be able to show you the hackathon specific channels without the authentication working. So we'll just ping anybody on the global team and we'll get you set up. So after that, what I want to cover is just how the rest of the communication is going to go. So we're going to send out invites for how judging is going to be blocked off on Sunday to some of the talks that are happening today and tomorrow. You probably already got some of those invites yesterday for the talks and workshops we did yesterday. But everything else we're going to talk about, the entire schedule is available and it's going to be live on our website. And we really want this thing to be as synchronous as possible. So especially those of you who messaged us saying, like they really want to attend a talk, but they can't make this work because of the time zone. Don't be kind of sad about that. We are recording everything. So the second a talk ends, it'll be available on our YouTube channel a minute later. And we'll also post all those links on Discord. So you can always catch up on everything that's happening this weekend. And I'm seeing some comments here. So I'll also try to address some of the questions that are coming from the chat. While for those of you who just joined us, I also want to say if you log into the chat, you also get a NFT token for participating in our ceremonies, and we'll be sending all that POAP tokens to everybody after this event. So in case you want to know where the schedule and prizes and all that information is, the website is web3.ethglobal.co. So quickly, let's jump into the logistics. How does this event work? Essentially, the hackathon begins now, which means that as of me saying this sentence, you can start working on your projects, and you have 48 hours from here, or in this case, 49 or so hours here to submit and work on your project. I'll kind of quickly cover some of those logistics on what it means to qualify and what is a right criteria to be eligible for this event. But to answer one of the other questions coming in, you can work with a team of up to 5 people. So some of you are already still looking for team members, or you want to join a team, you can do that as of right now, and you can start coding. In terms of rules and criteria, everything that you submit on Sunday must be written over the course of the hackathon, which means that if you were working on something before today, or even until about right now, that would be against the rules. And if you have any concerns or questions about that, you can just message anybody on the ETH Global team. We'll be happy to clarify that. And of course, using open source libraries is totally okay, and that's actually encouraged. But if you were working on improving a project that you've already been working on and you're using that to submit for this hackathon, that will be an issue for this event. The submissions have to be on the Web3 theme, which means that if you are working on anything related to audio, video, NFTs, DeFi, or analytics, but interfacing with not only some of our protocols, but just the world of Web3 and decentralized storage or smart contracts, you are eligible to participate and qualify for any of the prizes. All that information is also very much going to be sent again over email and already on the Notion doc that we've sent to everybody. So if you don't want to remember this right now, or you want to reference this in a lot more details later, we'll send you all the links, and we'll communicate that a few times over the course of the weekend. And also, for those of you who are joining this event for the first time, or you're still interested in understanding what you would like to work on, you're not the only one in that position. There's a lot of you as participants who reached out to us saying they are looking to find team members, or they're looking to find an idea, and they can code in anywhere from a language to they have a design background, or so many different skill sets. So what we've done is we've created this channel called Find a Team, and you can find a link to a slideshow that we've offered where you can talk about your experience or your background and what you're interested in, and really use that to find other teammates. We hosted a team matching session yesterday for those of you who were able to join, and some of you ended up finding new teammates. There's still a lot more of you who are in a similar position, so we're going to be hosting another session in a few hours after all of our summits end. So if you're looking to get on a call with other people who are looking for other team members, you have a chance later today. On top of all that, you can also introduce yourself in the Web3 chat channel. We'll be using that for all of our communications on Discord. And also, if you don't find a team, or you don't want to work on a team, it is totally okay to do so. Working on a team is just optional. It is entirely okay to hack on something on your own. It just makes it a lot easier for you to distribute the work if you can find a group of people to really work on and collaborate and really meet some interesting and awesome people around the world. So not an issue if you don't have a team and you want to just work on your own. And lastly, we also have a lot of talks and workshops. A lot of them happened yesterday. They are now available and are recorded, so you can catch up on them if you missed them or you couldn't attend. And that content spans everybody from beginners to experts in this space. And we'll be doing a lot more talks later today, but also a few workshops and talks tomorrow on Saturday. So you can join in for any of those talks and panels. They will be hosted here on ETH Global TV and in our YouTube channel. So don't worry about, again, missing something because of a time zone conflict. And all this information, again, is on your info center. So if you are on Discord, or you just go to our website on web3.ethglobal, you'll be able to see all this referenced again. So the most important piece here is how we're going to do judging and submissions. This is a weekend hackathon, which means that we only have 48 hours and we have to coordinate a lot of things in parallel and real time from 14 different time zones. So this is going to be a very crucial moment on Sunday. But the main key point to remember is that submissions are due Sunday at 12 Pacific, or sorry, 12 p.m. Eastern, which is from a relative time, 48.5 hours from now. This gives you all this time to work on a project and submit something. All the submissions are going to happen through your dashboard. And after you submit, this is what's going to happen for the judging process. There's going to be 2 lines of different judging. One of them is the main judging for everybody, where every team goes through a judging round. And then in parallel, at the same time, overlapping windows, we're going to be doing sponsored prize judging, which means that after you do the main judging, or before you do the main judging, you then talk to the companies that you're trying to win prizes for, and you present your project to them as well, so they can also get a chance to look at what you built and also decide if you are going to be one of the winners for their prizes. All of these details will be emailed to you again later today, so don't worry about remembering everything, but keep in mind that for both scenarios, you will have 5 minutes to demo. And if you have a chance, it's a lot easier to make a video of your demo and present that to the judging session, so you don't run into any problems about something going wrong, or if you're doing some transaction that requires a mainnet confirmation, you don't want to be stuck and lose time on something not going through. So if you have the time, make sure that you take out an hour or so just to make a quick video recording and really submit that, and you get to just play that video when your judging happens, and the questions can be done real time. But you will have 5 minutes in total for the demo, whether it's to our sponsors or through our main judging. So I know I'm breezing through a lot of this, but I'll try to go through as much as possible, and we'll go through all of this again in multiple times for the weekend. So the other thing to note is that as you present to the judges for their prizes, all you have to do is you're going to join a Discord audio video channel for each of the companies, and you get to join that and you get to share your demo and present it to them. Whereas for the main judging, that's going to be done through Zoom. So you'll be able to see a Zoom link on your dashboard, and you get to click on that and join and present to the main judges there. Just in terms of clarifying, the more common things we hear is that if, for example, you qualify for a prize with 3 different sponsors, you have to go through all 3 of them and the main judging and present your project, in this case, 4 times, so that each of the 3 sponsors can independently decide what you built and ask you questions, but also as part of the main judging, you get to go through all of that just like every other team would be. And how you kind of qualify which prizes you are eligible for, or you want to submit, or just kind of the teams and the companies you want to talk to, all that will also happen through your dashboard. So as you are submitting the prizes on your dashboard, you get to say, I want to qualify for this specific prize. And this way the sponsors and all the teams would know that this is a project that they're expecting, and they'll contact you, or you get to contact them, and we'll walk through all of that on Sunday. To get more details of everything I just said about judging the submissions, you can head over to web3.ethglobal.co/judging. This has a really long doc on anything from how the format works to how you can design a really good demo, whether it's video. You can even get a template for a slideshow that you can make about your team and your project and the inspiration. So all those resources are here, along with a handful of sample demos that we've highlighted to reference, and you can find all of that throughout the weekend by heading over to this URL. And lastly, I want to make sure that I remind everybody that we do have a code of conduct and how you should behave in our ecosystem and our community. The rules and the code of conduct is listed at ethglobal.co/rules. You can see a pretty comprehensive way to understand how we expect people to behave, especially in an online setting. But the gist of it is that please be respectful for everybody around you. There are so many people with so many different perspectives, and harassment and abuse is not tolerated in any capacity. So if somebody is troubling you, or if you need any help, or you're not sure if something needs more clarification, whether it's the rule about the hackathon or about the code of conduct, you can message anybody on the Global team for help. And you can do that by either mentioning us on Discord, or you can email us to team@ethglobal or hello@ethglobal.co. So don't hesitate to reach out to us. We're going to be here the entire time for the next 2 days, and we are here to help. And lastly, as you kind of start working on your project and you sprint through the next 48 hours, please make sure that this is very much an event designed to experiment with what's possible. There's so many cool things that we want to see done with video and audio and smart contracts and decentralized storage. You should treat this as a learning opportunity instead of a competition. We want you to have fun. We want you to learn new things. We're doing all these talks and workshops. And we really want you to understand what it means to get into this space and how this ecosystem works. So don't try to do everything or don't try to trade off sleep for making a really great project. Pace yourself accordingly, and we don't want this to be exhausting for you. So try to get the best out of this over the weekend, and we'll all try to have fun together and learn all the new things that everybody's going to build and create. So that's most of our logistics. If you missed anything here, you can watch all of this later. It's going to be recorded right after it ends. And you can also head over to your info center to get all these details again. So the next thing I want to do is just cover today's schedule. I'll be talking about what the summit's talks are going to look like, and also cover some of our prizes and some of our special messages from our sponsors. We asked a lot of them to make a video telling us who they are and how and why they're excited to be part of this event. So quickly, we're going to be hosting a summit. The summit is called Why Web3, and kind of the goal is to really welcome a lot of newcomers in this space to understand what is happening in this ecosystem, whether that's on how storage markets work, to how DAOs and NFTs and DeFi is going to be structured in the future, and what is and isn't possible. We have so many different interesting topics and what you can do with just not only decentralization, but also programmable money and programmable storage. So as a quick overview, we're going to have a few talks today. The first one's going to be just interesting business opportunities that you can develop on Filecoin. So it's not just storage. There's a lot more you can do and a lot more things and features that unlock. So ZX will talk and kick off today's summit with that talk. And then we'll have Santi talk about what universal basic income looks like, especially using Ethereum, and how we can actually design that fair world where we can pilot something like this thing at scale. Then we'll have Alan talk about interplanetary timelessness and sort of how Filecoin and IPFS are being integrated to really make the NFT world a lot more possible and sustainable. Then we're going to have a very interesting discussion on just what's possible with NFTs in general. We have some amazing speakers for that panel. We'll be talking about what we've seen in this ecosystem so far, what some interesting things we would like to see, and overall how that intersects with just the creatives and the technical parts of our ecosystem. Then we're going to have two more panels. The first one's going to be what's possible with DeFi. We'll have three amazing people in this ecosystem really talking about the super interesting, cool, and just creative things you can do with decentralized finance. So anywhere from like changing or getting a better financial system to cool and clever hacks that we've seen that sort of enable new use cases or protocols or just products that would not have been possible. So that'll be a super interesting discussion. And then our last panel is going to be about the future of DAOs. We've seen so many things happen in the past month about just how DAOs are being applied in creative ways, and it intersects with DeFi and NFTs and storage and different business models. So it's going to encompass all of what that world looks like as we scale DAOs to more and more people. And then we'll conclude the day with our last talk on the summit, which is going to be what are some interesting open problems in Web3. That's from a technical standpoint, from a usability standpoint. And Juan Benet from Protocol Labs is going to be giving an overview of what you can be part of and what are some open problems that we still need to solve as an ecosystem to really make this world ubiquitous. And at the end of the day, we have another team formation workshop, which I just talked about, which is if you're still looking for a team, we're going to do an actual live phone call or Zoom call, and you get to talk about and meet other people who are also looking for teammates or our ideas, and you get to possibly work with them and really kind of form teams as you kick off building your projects after all of this. So that was enough of a summary on how at least today is structured. I want to spend some time talking about all the prizes. So we have a lot of prizes being given away this weekend. And what we've done is we've asked our sponsors to record a video talking about some of the interesting things that they're doing at the company, who they are, why they're excited to be part of this event, and then what prizes they're giving away. So our first company is Protocol Labs. They're going to talk about who they are, and we'll play a video for them quickly, and I'll walk over to going over the prizes again one more time. So we'll have Dietrich come in from Protocol Labs.
Going to launch Web3 Weekend with you. Hello, my name is Dietrich, and I'm the IPFS ecosystem lead at Protocol Labs. Protocol Labs is an open source research, development, and deployment laboratory. Our projects include IPFS, Filecoin, libp2p, and many more. We aim to make human existence orders of magnitude better through technology. And today we are going to launch Web3 Weekend with you at 8th Global, and are excited to spend a couple days exploring, learning, and building Web3. We are huge fans of 8th Global and the work that they do. We've done a number of different hackathons with them, and they always bring an excited and invigorating and inspiring community. So we're looking forward to hanging out and learning about some of these things that have been occupying our time and our minds. NFTs, an explosion of creativity and innovation happening in our ecosystem and our communities. Lots of people using technologies like IPFS and Filecoin, and we're going to talk to you about how to use those technologies to build the NFT apps of your dreams. Also, decentralized finance, something that as experimentation in the last few hackathons that we've done with 8th Global, using IPFS for data storage, front ends, all kinds of different things. But for the people coming to these spaces and for the first time from the Web2 world, it maybe looks and feels a little bit like this. So many new technologies, some of them familiar, some of them unfamiliar, new paradigms, new architectures, and all kinds of things to learn. So that's what we're going to help you do this weekend. We are here to help. We have a bunch of different talks from people inside Protocol Labs, people from our ecosystem, a number of different projects that are building the tools, the technologies, and the educational materials to get you on the road to help you build over the weekend. We've had 4 different workshops today. We have a number of talks, or yesterday, a number of different talks today. And on Saturday, we're going to introduce you to some new tools for making it even easier to build with IPFS and Filecoin. We would also like to introduce NFT School, a new learning resource for building with NFTs, using them and incorporating and integrating them into your services. Recently, we launched NFT Storage. This is a service that will help you keep your NFT assets and metadata online and updated using APIs and tools that are familiar to be able to onboard your NFTs onto the distributed web. You'll also learn a little bit about Slate.host. This is a service that also allows you to be able to publish your photos, your videos, and your content onto IPFS and also archive to Filecoin. It has familiar looking HTTP APIs that will make it easier for you to learn and build. And to help you get into this new world, to be able to help you reach, we've offered a $20,000 in Filecoin prize pool for anyone who's building with IPFS or Filecoin. We are happy to open this pool up to the most number of people so that all of you can join in and have a wonderful weekend and walk away with something awesome. We encourage you to build with IPFS and Filecoin in your applications and technologies, not only during this hackathon, but afterwards. You will also hear a little bit about our Next Step Microgrants program, which is open now and allows you to walk away with $5,000 for a grant for building your application services and projects on IPFS and Filecoin. We encourage you to join our sponsor channel, Ask for Help, learn more. It's #sponsor-protocol-labs in the event Discord. Please join us there. We're going to be hanging out all weekend long, talking and learning and helping you build your applications and projects. Thank you so much for joining Web3 Weekend. We are looking forward to hanging out with you. Enjoy.
Amazing. So that was Dietrich with an amazing intro to how and everything that Protocol Labs is doing. I'm particularly excited about NFT School and also NFT.storage. If you're building anything on NFT this weekend, you should check out nft.storage and really get all that abstracted away from you on managing how to deal with that asset on a decentralized network. On top of all of that, as Dietrich talked about, Protocol Labs will be giving away over $20,000 in combined prize over a pool. And for those of you who are trying to understand what this means in more details, the way it's going to be set up is that if you are using IPFS or Filecoin in any of your submissions, as long as you specify that you're using one of these technologies and you submit on Sunday by selecting that on your dashboard, for every qualified team that is actively using IPFS or Filecoin, this $20,000 will be split evenly for every team that uses these SDKs or networks or protocols for their submission. So potentially anybody who's interested in building something cool that leverages decentralized storage will win something at the end of this hackathon, and can't wait to see what everybody builds using Filecoin and IPFS. So next up, we have Textile, and we'll have Andrew from Textile talk about everything that they're doing and what you can win from Textile.
Hello, Web3 Weekend, and thanks again to the ETH Global team for having us back again for another excellent hackathon. I'm Andrew Hill. I'm with Textile. You can find us at textile.io. We're here because we have some awesome bounties for you to win. So let me go right into them. The first bounty we have is for using Textile buckets. Buckets, very similar to Amazon S3, allow you to push data to remote servers on the web. So the really neat thing here, though, is when you push buckets, they actually are persisted on IPFS nodes, meaning that all the data in it is available over the IPFS network using IPFS peers or over gateways. So if you're going to use IPFS anyway, I definitely encourage you to look at how buckets work. But then they come with a lot of other really useful features. For example, every bucket is its own IPNS key, which means that you can have persistent keys to data on IPFS. They also have a really easy to use Filecoin integration, so you can move that data to the Filecoin network. The second bounty we have is for Textile threads. You can think of threads as synchronizable databases over the decentralized web. And so they work over libp2p, and you can embed them in any browser-based application, or we have a Go library. So if you're building, say, a chat application, you can do that over threads. So that's the second bounty using threads. The third bounty is really just a mashup bounty. We want to see how you use buckets with any of the other sponsor protocols. You can do that with Filecoin. There's lots of great ways. We have already documented those in our documentation. But you could also do that with Ceramic, Near, any of the others. We just want to see them however close you can get to those other protocols with buckets and show us that mashup. Can't wait to see what you come up with. Very easy bounty potentially for you to get. And we should be around this weekend to help you out. You can find our documentation at docs.textile.io, and definitely check out our Twitter and elsewhere for some of the latest releases around what we're doing with Filecoin, what we're doing with Near, and some of the kind of leading edge pieces that you might be able to use in your hack. But like I said, I can't wait to see what you build. Good luck.
Thank you, Andrew. So as Andrew mentioned, there will be 3 prizes from Textile. The best use of Textile buckets will get $1,500. The best use of Textile threads will get $1,500 as well. And the best use of buckets overall will get a runner-up $1,000 prize. Next up, we have LivePeer, and we'll have Yandan talk about how you can use LivePeer for your hacks and what you can win.
Hey everyone, my name is Yandan, and I lead engineering and research for the LivePeer public network. I'm here today to talk to you about LivePeer the project and how you can use LivePeer to bring video streaming into your applications for Web3 Weekend. LivePeer is a decentralized video streaming network built on the Ethereum blockchain. And the core service provided by the network today is video transcoding, which is the process of taking a single input video stream and converting it into multiple different output streams such that they can be played on different connection speeds and different device types. And this is quite important in order for a video stream to reach as wide of an audience as possible, regardless of what internet connection they have and regardless of what device they're using. The LivePeer network is an always-on transcoding network, which means that there's always nodes available offering their hardware and bandwidth resources for transcoding. In practice, what this means is a video application can have their users stream using a common format, such as RTMP or HTTP, into the network, where one or many nodes will transcode that stream and make the results available to a variety of different device types and a variety of different internet connection speeds. LivePeer.com is a video streaming platform built on top of the LivePeer public network, which makes it easy for applications to bring video streaming into their app using a simple API. Examples of applications that are built on LivePeer include user-generated content platforms, such as PlayDJ.tv, which is a platform for DJs to stream their live sets, and Kurkuma, which is an application that allows businesses to leverage live streams to amplify their e-commerce efforts. And File.video, which leverages LivePeer for transcoding, and Filecoin for storage in order to create a decentralized video hosting gateway. LivePeer is sponsoring a few prizes for the Web3 Weekend. One for the best overall hack, the second best hack, and the third best hack. We're really excited to see all the creative ideas people come up with for using LivePeer, but if you're looking for suggestions to get started, you can consider integrating LivePeer with other pieces of Web3 infrastructure, such as audio, NFTs, domain names, or decentralized storage. There are going to be a bunch of LivePeer team members around this weekend ready to help any hacker that wants to use LivePeer, so look out for us in the Discord channels. We're really excited to be sponsoring Web3 Weekend and can't wait to see all the interesting applications that people come up with using LivePeer, and generally are excited to see the next wave of Web3 applications being built. Happy hacking!
Amazing. Thank you so much, Nandan. And to summarize, LivePeer is doing 3 different prizes for the best overall hack and integration of the LivePeer protocol. As an interesting tidbit, we are streaming this with LivePeer right now, and it's incredible how easy it is to use. So I hope to see a lot more creative video and audio related hacks. So those were some of our 3 sponsors that we asked to share about who they are and make a video talking to everybody here about it. We also have a few other prizes that I want to quickly go over and talk about. So first we have Unlock Protocol. You get to win multiple prizes for using Unlock Protocol in your hacks. Unlock is a protocol that lets you gate content and really make content accessible in terms of subscriptions or using Unlock tokens. So you can win lots of UDT tokens as part of the prize. And the best decentralized application that uses the Unlock Protocol will win 3 to 5 UDT tokens. Next up, we have ENS. ENS is the Ethereum name service. So if you are doing anything with DeFi or Solidity and you get to integrate ENS, the best team to integrate ENS into their hack will win $1,000 in ETH from the ENS Foundation. Then we have Ocean Protocol. So Ocean Protocol is giving prizes for the first, second, and third best use of using Ocean protocols for their data markets onto your hack submission. So this is super cool to use, and I'm particularly looking forward to all the interesting integrations that come in with Ocean protocol here for this weekend. So you are eligible to win up to $5,000 in total from the Ocean team. Then we have the Graph. So the Graph will be offering $1,000 in DAI, or 1,000 DAI, to the best use of collectively ENS, Unlock, Audius, or LivePeer subgraphs on the Graph Explorer. So this can be used in tandem to make your lives easier for querying the blockchain directly. And you can use these subgraphs to really filter to get the results you want into your hack and save a lot of time not computing or not fetching all that information. And then they'll also be giving 1,000 DAI to the best new subgraph that gets submitted on the Graph Explorer. So you also have the ability to really come up with some interesting use case that is suitable for your hack and really submit that as a new subgraph onto the network and win some prizes. Then we have Chainlink. So if you're doing anything with oracles, Chainlink is going to be giving away 3 $1,000 prizes to all projects that are using the Chainlink smart contracts to really build any applications that reference on-chain oracles. Oracles with on-chain kind of being the state fetching. So you can use that in any of your projects, whether it's something with NFT or DeFi or even audio video streaming, and you can win Chainlink prizes and up to $3,000 in total. Then we have POAP. So the best use of POAP in a creative way for this hackathon will win $3,000 from the team. So this is just super interesting because we want to see a lot more creative stuff happen from the Web2, Web3, and the creative world. And everybody who's on our chat right now, you get to also win a POAP from our side for participating at this event. And you also get to win directly for integrating these tokens into any of your projects. So those are all of our prizes. We really want this thing to be a collaborative weekend for all of us. So all of these companies will be here over the weekend helping you with anything from questions, whether they're related to their SDKs to just overall in this ecosystem. So you can always hop on and rely on some technical help if you're stuck. And if you want to get more details of these prizes, including links to the talks and the videos for each of these companies to understand how they work and how you can use some of these protocols, you can head over to web3.ethglobal.co/prizes. And we have a whole page dedicated to all the details you need to know for winning any of these prizes. So with that, I want to wish everybody happy hacking. These were all the logistics we wanted to cover. I hope you got a chance to meet some amazing people already on Discord and on this chat. We'll be taking a quick break here and getting started with our first talk for the summit. So we're a bit ahead of time here and want to really give a few people a chance to join in before we start our very first talk. So for those of you who are still here, enjoy the next 8 to 10 minutes of a quick break, get some coffee or stretch or anything you want to do, or say hi to other people on Discord. And we'll see all of you very soon. And we'll kick us off with our summit and see you for the first talk. So thanks again for all the hackers, and we'll see you join us for the rest of the summit talks. All right. Hope everybody enjoyed some lo-fi beats, and welcome back. And for those of you who are joining us, welcome to the Web3 Weekend. We are about to kick off our Web3 Summit, and I'll want to welcome everybody who just joined us, and I'll kind of quickly walk through this whole platform, meetglobal.tv, and what we have planned for the rest of the day. So those of you who are joining us on meetglobal.tv, be sure to log in and say hi, because for any questions that you have for our speakers, you will get to ask those questions on the chat, and we'll relay those questions to our speakers directly during their talk. So if you want to ask anything, if you want to comment on anything, be sure to sign in. And also for everybody who signs in, we'll give out an NFT to everybody for participating at the summit. So this summit is called Why Web3. And before we jump into that, I want to quickly talk about the Web3 Weekend. So we have a hackathon going on this weekend that starts right now till the end of Sunday in this summit. The summit is presented by Protocol Labs, and we're super excited to be working with them. And we're going to cover so many interesting things that are happening in Web3 and decentralized storage and smart contracts. We have so many incredible people participating at this hackathon. We have over 240 hackers. We're nearing 250 now, and over 400 summit attendees from 35 different countries and 14 different time zones. So it's going to be a packed weekend, and we're going to see something happen 24/7 for the next 2 days. So I can't wait to see what everybody builds. But on top of all of that, I can't wait to learn all the interesting things that we have planned for everybody today. So I'm going to quickly walk through the agenda, and we'll kick off with our very first talk of the day. So we're going to have a talk on just what business opportunities look like with decentralized storage and with Filecoin specifically. And then we're going to have a talk by Santi on how we can do universal basic income for every human using Ethereum. Then we'll have Alan talk about how IPFS and Filecoin are making it possible to manage and store and keep NFT media files persistent. Then we'll have a panel on what is possible with NFTs with some amazing and incredible artists and people in our ecosystem. We'll talk about what's possible, how we can extend the space, and how we can actually make this more inclusive. Then we will have 2 more panels. So the next panel is going to be on what is possible with decentralized finance, where we'll have Camila, Mariano, and DeFi Dad talk about what trends we're seeing in DeFi, how the space is evolving, what are some open problems, and how we can bring on more people from a user and also a developer standpoint. Then we're going to have our final panel of the day, which is the future of DAOs. So we'll have Linda, Kinjal, and John talk about all the interesting things that are happening with DAOs right now. You've seen so much of that happen in the last month, and we'll kind of talk about where all that is headed. And we'll close the day with our last talk. Will be about some open problems in Web3. So Juan Benet, the co-founder or the founder of Protocol Labs, will be talking about some problems that we still need to solve as a group and a community that exists from a technical or usability and just overall every category we want to improve here as an ecosystem to really bring more and more people and make this more accessible as an opportunity for new people to come in. So that'll be our last talk of the day. So a super tight, packed day and a lot of interesting talks. And we'll jump right into how all that is set up and with our very first talk by ZX. So the talk is titled More Than Just Storage, How We Can Think About Business Opportunities on Filecoin. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome ZX to tell us about everything that we can do with storage. So welcome.
Thank you, Kade. Thank you. Great, video's on. Let me share my screen. Can we see it fine?
Everything's great.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is ZX. I'm very excited to be here. I work on crypto economics and Filecoin ecosystem at Protocol Labs. Today, I just want to share with you like some of these new ideas around like business opportunities on Filecoin, because a very common question I get from developers and entrepreneurs in the Web3 ecosystem, they often ask me, hey, we are really interested in building on the Filecoin ecosystem, but there are so many opportunities. Where do we start, right? So I hope to provide some ideas and directions in terms of like opportunities that we should explore as an ecosystem. And I'm very excited for this hackathon because I hope many of these ideas can be explored. I think to catch up on what is Filecoin, and we should probably start from Airbnb, and to try to understand the business model of like what's building on Filecoin. Airbnb did Nasdaq listing last year, and they did this pretty interesting thing where they offer, I think, 70% of their shares for purchase to the early hosts on Airbnb. So while this is a pretty commendable effort from like a traditional Web2 platform economy, but if looking at it from like taking a step back, looking at overall platform economy in the Web2 sense, many of this value that's being generated by the providers on the platform, they're mostly being captured by the shareholders of the company. And I think with Web3, there is an opportunity for us to really change this kind of economic structure. And I think hosting Airbnb itself carries lots of similarity with mining on Filecoin. Both of them, on Airbnb as an Airbnb host, you contribute housing resources, and on as miner on Filecoin, you contribute cloud resources. Being a host is labor intensive. Being a miner, however, is knowledge and technology intensive. As a host, you're at best a contractor, but for Filecoin, as a miner, you are an owner of the network. And Airbnb is being managed by a company, and where Filecoin is governed by a decentralized ecosystem. In terms of dispute resolution, you have to go to legal recourse on Airbnb, but there's crypto economic mechanism, social consensus, community governance on Filecoin. But there are some similarity as well. I think like both hosts, Airbnb, and providers on Filecoin share this brand identity with the platform, right? And people compete both within the ecosystem and outside the ecosystem, like Airbnb with hotel chains, through differentiated services. It's not really about price, right? Maybe to start, price could be competitive, but really people compete on differentiated services. And this is why hackathons, accelerators, startups, and so on are so important to our ecosystem, because developers build this kind of differentiated services on top of the Filecoin protocol. With this in mind, in hindsight, actually, like Filecoin mining is a lot similar to hosting on Airbnb compared to like a traditional Bitcoin, Ethereum style mining, because we're doing useful work. We are providing miners are both maintainers of the blockchain, also providers of the services on the platform. And this really paved the way for mainstream adoption for blockchain as a whole, through doing like useful work that has like business value and business impact. And so in some way, we can think of Filecoin as an Airbnb for cloud services, but it's also a lot more than that, which we will talk about in a moment. So just to recap what is Filecoin, so that we start on the same page, you have different participants in this ecosystem. You have clients looking to consume storage goods and services. You have miners providing that service, also maintaining the consensus on the blockchain. Then you have developers building like products and experience on top of this platform. And then you have token holders doing investment, providing liquidity, supporting everyone in the ecosystem, and then ecosystem partners collaborating with the ecosystem very deeply to really push the boundary forward. And going back to our island economy analogy, right? So like you have researchers building on the algorithm, then you have like miners amassing these different kinds of raw materials like disk, IDCs, data centers, compute, and so on to produce storage-related goods and services. Then you have developer coming on to build that experience, right? And then you have token holders providing like liquidity, loans, collateral, and so on and so forth. And overall goal for everyone in the ecosystem is to attract more potential clients and participants to join the Filecoin economy. So Filecoin is a utility token. It's a platform, it's a protocol, it's a blockchain network, a community, an economy, an ecosystem, and also very importantly, an evolutionary system, just like many other blockchain networks. And we coming together to really move and shape the future trajectory of this economy. And with this in mind, I think Filecoin is really uniquely positioned in our Web3 to support both Web2 and Web3 use cases, which we start from talking about business opportunity from like a more Web2 style interactions, and then we talk about what are the Web3 use cases that are emerging on Filecoin. So let's just recap again on like what is using storage on Filecoin mean, because sometimes when we come from like a traditional Web2 world, we might expect things to just work out of the box, right? It's a product, there's one way of working how it works, right? But no, Filecoin is a protocol just like Ethereum and many others. There's no a single defined way of how the interaction should be done, right? It only cares about the basic building block as a layer one. And then the rest is all emergence and up to the creativity and entrepreneurship of developers and founders building on the ecosystem. So when miners are providing storage on Filecoin, they are proving their storage in this notion of a sector. It's like a shipping container, and then they can put different content in the container. And then the blockchain will come around every day asking the miner, hey, do you have the data that you promised that you are storing? And yes or no, right? They have to pass through certain checks. So using storage on Filecoin really is using storage provided by miner providers on the Filecoin network. So from this kind of mental model, right, like the redundancy, encryption, indexing, fast retrieval, warm pod storage, these are all possible on the Filecoin network today. And you just maybe because it's only 6 to 7 months old, you need to find the right provider to provide to have the right SLA and provide the right level of service. And looking at this dashboard, we can actually see that the storage cost on Filecoin today is actually quite competitive. It's only 0.3% of AWS. But I want to emphasize this point earlier, that I mentioned earlier, just like Airbnb, it's not just about cost, right? Well, I think cost is a given, but I think it really is about the experience. That's how Web3 can win as a community. And that's why I'm so excited for this hackathon, where we have so many developers building and defining this new experience on Filecoin. So now I'm going to talk a bit more about different kind of Web2 style interaction and opportunity in that space. As mentioned, Filecoin is a platform, it's a protocol, so clients might need to find the miners to enter into a deal. So this could be inefficient to start, but right now we're seeing very exciting and promising sign where you have miners, notaries bringing very reputable clients to the Filecoin network. But there's lots of room for building applications to improve the whole user experience. New deal matching platform can emerge. As I mentioned earlier, Filecoin can be thought of as an Airbnb for cloud services, but it's also a lot more than that, because you can see many Airbnbs or deal matching platform emerging on the Filecoin network, many job boxes, many Google Clouds, and so on and so forth. And the next step would be could be defining like now that you have these matching services and platform, miner reputation and ratings become a thing, because as a client, how do I know which miners I should choose? There are more than 2,000 miners on the Filecoin network today. So and the next step would be potentially defining grades of storage services, right? Like just like hotels, right? Like you have like 3-star hotel, 5-star hotel, and different kinds of ranking. So like this could be a precursor to commoditize like cloud storage, right? This is where we draw like inspiration from crude oil, defining different kinds of grades, right? Then now you can have like exchanges on cloud resources that can emerge on the Filecoin economy. So another opportunity from a more traditional kind of sense would be, so Filecoin miners have lots of storage capacity, and then they also have lots of compute resources that sit next to their storage capacity. This is really, really powerful. So this whole co-location of storage and compute, we did a pilot with Live here and Filecoin co-mining, which is really successful. And then we also doing grants during this hackathon to support more application that is built in the intersection of these two ecosystems. And I think with compute close to the storage, analytics become like a pretty straightforward thing. Less straightforward than it sounds, but it become a natural thing. And then we can even store algorithms on Filecoin. It doesn't have to be just data, right? You can store like the computation on Filecoin as well. We'll talk about it in a moment. And we also saw many of the Filecoin miners offering stars and GPU as a service. And I think the next big thing that's happening pretty quickly right now is all the caching and retrieval services on top of the storage that are being stored on Filecoin. Next opportunity, which is also pretty big and also quite standard, data as a complex and sophisticated economy, data becomes really key. So there's lots of room for data services to emerge. And then like financial services as well, because like miners need collateral, clients need Filecoin for their payments. And if you look back at the history of finance, right, like managing risk and providing liquidity and reducing uncertainty has always been the demand for finance, financial products. And in the case of Filecoin, it's even more, the demand is even stronger, because Filecoin token, it's both it's also used as a production capital. So like it's useful for miners and clients to be able, and other participants to be able to be shielded from token volatility risk. And financial and data services kind of go hand in hand, right? With like better network analytics infrastructure, this will enable even more sophisticated, interesting financial application to emerge on the Filecoin network. So we talk about this kind of more traditional Web2 common kind of like business model and opportunities, which I think each of them are really big. It's really big. I think Filecoin also brings a pretty unique and new building block to the whole Web3 ecosystem. And this is it's not fully realized and appreciated because the network is so real. we'll go through some of this new opportunity in a moment, but I would like to first talk about, to revisit what are some elements of Web3, right? Privacy and ownership, transparency and openness, permissionless participation, community governance, being able to compose different building blocks to allow for emergence, right? Because Filecoin is a layer 1, there's lots of room for different kinds of protocol and project to emerge on the basic building blocks that Filecoin provides. And personally, I think Web3 is a lot about novel interactions and new business models that really change how we interact with like each other, with like assets, and so on and so forth. And we look at some of these like interesting, like or successful areas within like the Web3 ecosystem. If you look back at DeFi, right, it first came up, I think it was mentioned back in 2015, but then during the 2017 ICO boom, lots of dApp and DeFi projects started to emerge. And then you have the launch of Compound, Uniswap late 2018, then you had the DeFi Summit last year. So what are the lessons or takeaway that we can learn from this like past trajectory of our broader Web3 ecosystem? So I think there were many dApp before, but some of them may be a bit complex. And I think like DeFi is a relative leverage the building block that Ethereum provides by doing some relatively simple operations. And then there are many protocols that emerge on top of the underlying layer 1. And each of them provides different building blocks such that so that leads to like an exponential growth of the ecosystem. Next would be NFT, which has been pretty popular lately. So it started, I think, even earlier in 2017, people talk about digital collectibles and so on. I think ERC 721 was defined as a standard. Then you have CryptoKitty, which is like a big success, and lots of attention and awareness was raised around NFTs. And then you have this whole Cambrian explosion of like many NFT projects. And then we have the boom that we saw like last year and this year. So I think some of the takeaway here is the importance of defining a standard, and some reference implementation and some proof of concept will go a super long way. And I think like protocols and marketplaces still find their product market fit relatively early. So what are the building blocks that really Filecoin bring to the table? So I would like to share with you this diagram that we used to talk about. We call that the dataverse. Let's first look at this whole data flow at the top here. I call it data supply chain. And I think it's very common in the Web2 world today. I think you might take a different form in the Web3 world. There's lots of opportunity here to explore. So the data gets produced, and then data get refined, and then it gets curated, and then value generation event happens, and there's some value attribution. One of our favorite example would be Bloomberg, right? Like lots of the data on Bloomberg, they are not private, they're actually public. And then like Bloomberg mines them, curate them into a terminal, and then they sell them, right? This is a pretty mature business model in Web2, but I think there's lots of room to do something different and better in Web3. And then we look back at our stack. I think like IPFS is a content address web. Everybody can upload data to the IPFS network. And what Filecoin brings to the table, I think there are two unique value propositions. One is the scale and volume, right? You have more than 1 or 2 petabyte of a useful storage being added to the network as capacity every hour. And this is going to increase with the upgrade that's coming next month, Hyperdrive. And the next thing is, as mentioned earlier, the blockchain will come around checking on the storage on the network every single day. So like so that you know that your data that's being stored exists every day. That generates a proof, right? So before Filecoin introduced like a user-defined smart contract, I think there's some pragmatic thing that we can do as a community. I think like a bridge layer could be interesting, right? Like you bridge these storage states, whether the data is stored and so on and so forth through an oracle to other Web3 ecosystem. And then you can have the business logic that lives in some kind of smart contract platform. I think anything for the top 2 boxes, these are just reference kind of how they might emerge. I think there are many different ways of achieving this that people are exploring. And we did see lots of like collaboration, integration with like Web3 projects. Chainlink integrates with Filecoin to bring like decentralized storage oracles. So now people can, like as we mentioned earlier, now you have oracles can relay the storage states on Filecoin to enable new applications that sit on other smart contract platform. And Lighthouse bridging the Filecoin and Ethereum. And then also Textile released this collaboration offering free storage for like all the new developers building application with Filecoin. And I'm going to share some ideas that could be interesting to explore. Given this kind of like to define like new Web3 experience and define like new Web3 protocols. So the first one is data bounties, right? Like so smart contracts can put together funds to fund the storage of a particular CID. CID is just an ID of some storage that's being stored on the IPFS and Filecoin network. And funds can only be paid out when there's a proof that this data, this CID has indeed been stored on the Filecoin network. And this is like a building block for many other things like data DAOs, where DAOs can now be formed around data that a common cares about. Members join by proving that they have stored some data or they have contributed to a pool that fund this storage, right? It could be Wikipedia, it could be like the Internet Archive, it could be things with Schwab Foundation, it could be anything. And with these two building blocks, then you can have like storage insurance, commodity futures around like cloud storage itself, right? After this like different kinds of grading that we talk about, then you can repair miners, for example, right? If data get lost. By the way, Filecoin has very strong penalty. If data gets lost, there's a very penalty on the protocol itself against that kind of outages. But let's say some data get lost, right? Like people can put out a bounty to ask to incentivize miners to repair that piece of data. There are even more. So NFTs, right? Like NFT is it's a really amazing ecosystem. And I think but they have their problem on its. There are some problem areas for improvement as well. And observation here is that I think every DUI ID on Filecoin can be considered an NFT, because if you think of NFT as a unique representation of the underlying content, and where's the value of the NFT? It could be in a trading and exchange, but at the end of the day, it's in the content itself, right? This opened the door to like persistent NFTs, and then like this also give people a stronger incentive, because now your incentive align with maintaining the content on a network. So this paved the way for setting up the metaverse. You can create VR content, games, 3D printing models, and many, many more. And with this kind of content first NFTs, it's a very natural question to ask, how can we do better in terms of value attribution? Because that's like one of the pretty common criticisms today. So remember we saw the IPFS CID network, right? There's a network of content that is stored on Filecoin, right? And this creates room to define new standards and protocols of like what is a node, what is an edge, how does value really flow in this kind of content network? And I think there's lots of interesting experiments that will emerge. And then we talk about you can put algorithm on Filecoin as well. Each CID can be an algorithm, and that can be stored on Filecoin. When you have compute and data, you generate more data, and then you have a network of like value and data on the Filecoin network. So overall, I think like as a layer one protocol, at very early stage of the ecosystem, I think there's a lot of room for layer two protocols that leverage the Filecoin unique building blocks and fill in the gap from the layer one to the application to provide new experiences, right? Like perpetual storage protocol, like store one and pay one and store forever. You can see like many of this emerging on the Filecoin network. You can have data protocol, data mining with like a token, for example, content delivery protocol, and more alternative incentive for people to use the Filecoin network to upload data to use Web3. It's not just about Filecoin, it's to bring more participant into Web3. And this incentive may not be financial all the time, it could be social, right? Like, why would you upload photo to Facebook when Facebook was launched? Sometimes it's that social incentive. So even this kind of social app on the Filecoin network is also pretty interesting to create this kind of alternative incentives. So with like only 6 to 7 months into the network's launch, I think Filecoin ecosystem is exploding with like many applications building on the network with new infrastructure, with many accelerators, ecosystem funds, investing in the startups and founders in the ecosystem. So some question I often ask myself, because as I'm thinking about looking at this new project that are emerging, given where we are, I think we're really lucky as a builder in Web3, because there's lots of room to decide what we are building, right? Whether we are building an application, a product or a service, a platform, a protocol or a standard, or even we are building or defining an entirely new industry. So we should constantly think about where we are positioning ourselves as we're hacking our projects, and see like a roadmap and a business plan and business model down the line. And it's also important, personally, I think like Web3, a lot of that is about new interactions. And with these building blocks that the underlying technology provides, right? What new interactions can we enable? How can we find product market fit? So these are the questions that we should ask ourselves as we hack on projects over the weekend. So just to summarize some key takeaways, I think like Filecoin is really uniquely positioned to support both Web 2 and Web 3 use cases and make blockchain mainstream and useful. And there are immense opportunities in building layer 2 protocols on top of Filecoin platforms, products, and so on. And I think business model is really key, and there are many areas that the community can explore. And I hope some of my sharing can give you guys some ideas. Lastly, I think spread the word, grow the community, grow the pie together. I think for blockchain to Web3 to go mainstream, we have to have this win-win mindset, and we'll come together to build a future that we want to see. So feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. Thank you so much for your attention.
Amazing. That was a super comprehensive and incredible overview of what's possible. We're still kind of getting some questions from all of our different like where everything's being streamed. We're doing a lot here. Maybe I have a question for you in the meantime. So obviously a lot of these things are in a way presented as sort of high level categories. Kind of from, maybe we just walk through all 3 points you mentioned. Like, I'm curious, like is there something quick and actionable that you can advise the teams on for this weekend that they can just kind of get started to see how this would work, and then over time expand it to be the broader sort of fully developed idea? Like, how do you think about what people can do this weekend? And do you have any kind of advice as you've talked to a lot of teams over the past couple of days?
Yeah, so I think building a POC of like I think even for data bounties and data DAOs, I think this is something that like with the bridge provided by Textile, you can develop something like over the weekend, and then with the Chainlink bridge as well, you can explore some of this new interaction as well. I think like it's all pretty open. The resources are out there, and then I feel like sometimes we can build the experience first, and then we can figure out what's missing in the technical stack afterwards as well. Because at the end of the day, I think Web3 similar to Filecoin is about delivering that experience.
Absolutely. I guess one other question that we have here is overall, I feel like a lot of these ideas in a way monetize the product aspect of what the application does. But I'm curious, like, does the answer or does anything change if you're designing something for developers specifically instead of and consumers or everyday users? Is that
yeah, I see. So I think there are I think business model and so on is like a very interesting topic personally. I think like there are lots of traditional Web2 models, but I think like even in Web3, I think like there are lots of new like paradigm, right? It's about building a community. Like, let's say you're building a developer tool. I think like open sourcing some of this work, and then like building a community around it, and then having like governance and this kind of DAO kind of format could be a very interesting model. And also for other stuff, right? Like as I mentioned earlier, like are we building an application, a product, a protocol, a standard, or an industry, right? This offer very different incentives. And then like I think we are all in this exploratory phase. So I think we don't need to rush into like thinking about what is our immediate monetization path for monetization, but we will always have that in mind, because the key really is growing the market, bringing in more user, growing the base, and then the rest will follow pretty naturally.
I absolutely agree. This is a really good framing of that. Well, we are running out of time and we're ready to move on to our next talk. So maybe the more actionable thing I would say is that ZX is going to be here all weekend. You should ask him any questions that you want on different business models, but also how you can use Filecoin or IPFS for your projects. And there's so many interesting things here that so nicely overlap with NFTs and DAOs and specifically anything with smart contracts. So can't wait to see how people do a lot of those proof of concepts this weekend. So,
absolutely. Feel free to reach out. Yeah.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. And with that, we are ready to move on to our next talk. So our next talk is by Santi Siri, and he's going to talk about universal basic income for every human using Ethereum. So Santi, welcome.
Hey, hello everyone. Hi, ETH Global. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'll be demoing mostly what we have launched around almost 3 months ago on March 10, 2021, which is a protocol co-developed by Kleros, which is an arbitration service built on Ethereum, and Democracy Earth Foundation, which is the organization I preside where we do research trying to understand what democracy looks like in the information age. And one of the biggest hurdles that at least us at Democracy Earth we faced through every single pilot that we have done of digital democracy over the last 7 years is that ultimately one of the biggest roadblocks that we need to get over is understanding the issue of identity, the challenges of identity. The fact that we don't have a way of formalizing human identity over decentralized networks is what has been preventing democratic governance from emerging in a network like Ethereum. So alongside with the Kleros, we worked throughout the last couple of years on proof of humanity. I'm gonna show my screen now. So proof of humanity is a protocol that allows the creation of a list of humans, and it prevents the presence of robots, civils, and authorities in this registry, in this list of registry, through a series of cryptoeconomic incentives. The protocol was deployed on mainnet in March 10, and I'll go quickly straight to the demo. Here you can, if you click on start, over here, click on start, you will see the registry of proof of humanity with the latest identities or the latest humans that have registered in the system. So right now we have we're going to be reaching 7,000 humans right now, or profiles in the system, and each one of these has to submit a proof of themselves. So I'm going to go to mine, if I can find it somewhere on here, hopefully. Here I am. So this is myself, this is my own proof of humanity. And one of the first steps is that you have to do a video. On this video, you have to say a statement where you declare yourself as being a human and that you do not have a registry in this register. It's a sort of affidavit where you have to commit to the fact that you don't have another identity on this registry. So also a very important thing of the video. City, and I certify that I'm a human and I do not have a register in this register. And at the end of the video, or at any moment in the video, you have to show your Ethereum address, which has to coincide with the Ethereum address that you are using on once you are uploading your identity into the system. So once you submitted your proof of identity with the video and brief information about yourself, the information does not need to be your real information, just something that helps you identify in the network, but that doesn't need to be your real name or any kind of personal information. But once you become verified, someone else has to vouch for you. Someone that has been previously verified by the system has to vouch for you. Once you are vouched, once you receive a vouch, you will have 3.5 days where you'll be under where you could be challenged by someone else. So let's see some challenge registrations. So these are all profiles that have been challenged because in some aspect of the proof, they do not meet the criteria of what's required in order to generate a legitimate proof of identity. And this can be, maybe it's the address on the video does not coincide with the address that has been used to submit the profile, or maybe you are not saying the full sentence on the video, or maybe you are not showing properly the address of your Ethereum address on the video, or maybe the dimensions of the video do not fit a resolution high enough to perceive your face. So there are all these requirements that need to be met. And if you don't meet them, someone, once you submit your profile and after being vouched, someone can challenge your profile. There's a window of 3.5 days where challengers have an incentive to challenge, because when you create a profile, you have to pay a deposit. This deposit, you will get it back if no one challenges you, and if you do the proof all right, you'll be able to do it. But if you do not do the proof properly, then the challenger has the incentive to use your deposit, to earn your deposit through the challenging process. Now let's check on this profile. For example, here this profile has been challenged. and it argues that the resolution of the video does not meet the criteria. So this goes to an arbitration system, which is the Kleros court arbitration system. So let's see if I can connect to Kleros here. So the Humanity Court, where is this? Products, what's going on? Well, I have to find it elsewhere here. My connection is a bit slow, but you go to an arbitration service, which is Kleros, where jurors will ultimately have the final word whether your profile is valid or is not valid on your proof of humanity. So we launched this on March 10. So far, we have almost 7,000 unique humans in the registry. Let me show you some graphs that show the growth of the registry so far. Excuse my slow internet connection. So here you can see the last 30 days. It's a bit broken, but this is from one member of the community. But you can see that it has been steadily growing throughout time. Most submissions get approved. These ones down here are on the vouching phase. These are the submissions that are still waiting for a vouch from someone else. And the challenged ones, I don't think these are listed here, but you get at least a sense of the growth that the project has been having throughout the last 3 months. So what can you do with proof of humanity? So the fact that we can build now with this primitive of a registry, or a curated registry of human beings, means that we can start building social applications of all kinds. Some simple ideas around this type of applications are, for example, systems that enable democratic governance. And I'm going to demo you how we are using democratic governance today on the Proof of Humanity DAO. You can enable systems of universal basic income. And I'm going to show you how we have implemented a UBI token, a universal basic income token of Proof of Humanity. You can create systems of credit that don't require collateral. You can start building a credit score and start creating DeFi without the need of collateral and just using a reputation or a credit score for the identities. So the possibilities that a proof of identity or a registry of humans that it's built in a decentralized way are many. So we combine with proof of humanity a video proof. We want to make sure that anyone, anywhere, can detect civils or can detect deepfakes or robots present in the registry. And that's the only requirement, the only information that is specifically required. We don't require your personal name, your real name, your legal name, your nationality, where you are. None of that information is relevant. We just want to enable people to be able to check the faces of those participating in the registry. You have to be careful, though, that if you're going to be using this, it's probably better to use a fresh account, an account without too much financial activity on Ethereum, just to protect your privacy, because it is true that your face will be tied to that address, and you have to be aware that probably that address will be a public address on your behalf and not a private address. So on top of Proof of Humanity, the first application we deployed is the Universal Basic Income Token, the UBI token. So there are a couple of very interesting features about this token that I would like to highlight. First of all, it is an ERC20, but let's go to the code a little bit. Let me show you just how easy it is to integrate with Proof of Humanity. So if we check into the contract code, you can see that it's a pretty straightforward ERC20 that interfaces with Proof of Humanity. It talks to the Proof of Humanity smart contract, which is already deployed on mainnet, and it asks whether an address is registered on the registry. That's it. So what proof of humanity does is that once you become a verified human, and let's see if I can find a profile here. Let's see, let's check someone. Those are already registered. These are probably the latest ones. We have one interesting thing is that we have a lot of grandparents actually earning a pension through this service. We have a lot of children also. People are putting their childs or their families into the project. So here you can see that this user is already earning UBI. So once you become verified on proof of humanity, the UBI is streamed straight into your Ethereum wallet, whether it's MetaMask or whether it's Rainbow or any of the wallets there. You will see your UBI accruing in real time over time. Right now, the issuance rate of UBI is set at 1 UBI per hour, and the current market value of UBI is around 20 cents of a dollar. So that means pretty much that we're delivering a universal basic income to these 6,000 or so people of roughly $150 to sometimes 200, 250, sometimes even more if the token price goes up a month, which is in most developing nations is even better than the pension being delivered by the state. In my country, in Argentina, that's a better pension than you might get from the government. So the token, right now we have a liquidity farming program. So we have, for those that are providing liquidity on Uniswap version 2, very soon we will have the liquidity farming contracts for Uniswap 3. Those are being developed from what I heard from Hayden Adams from Uniswap. But right now, if you provide liquidity on Uniswap version 2, if you provide liquidity with Ether or you provide liquidity with DAI, there's a liquidity farming contract that will allow you to earn even more UBI throughout the first year of the project. And this was a mechanism that allowed us to start building some liquidity for the token to be able to bootstrap itself. There's a bunch of experiments going on with the project. Obviously, if we go to Etherscan and we check the token activity, the initial supply that the token had was 10 million. Let's go to the Kleros blog, which had a very good announcement. Let me see. Here, Universal Basic Income for Humans. Here you can find more information about how it works out. But the initial supply of the token, 40% went to the liquidity mine. We minted 10 million UBI at Genesis. 4 million went to the liquidity mining program. 4 million went to the community treasury that is being used by the DAO. And 2 million, sorry, 20%, went to the pre-sale investors that participated in the project, leaving only 5% really from that 20% to the community contributors. So that was the initial allocation. So you can see that right now we actually minted 1 million tokens on top of that. And if you look at the max total supply, we have now roughly 11 million. 1 million more have been minted to the users or to the verified humans that began accruing universal basic income. So a question that we get a lot is now, how we are going to be able to sustain price over the long term, where there's a bunch of projects happening in the community. I'll try to demo you some of them. There's a project that we are working on called Human Money, which are Yearn Vaults, Y-Earn Vaults. We are now building on top of the DAI Y-Earn Vault. And what this vault does, we're still right now on testing phase, but what this vault does is that you contribute DAI to it, it earns an interest in DAI, and a fraction of that interest is used to buy and burn UBI. So this is a vault that reduces the supply of UBI with the profits generated on Y-Earn Finance. We are right now auditing and testing this vault, but so far so good. We have been able to test the burning mechanism. And if we are able to build liquidity into these vaults, we could have a very interesting instrument keeping in check the issuance or the emission of UBI to the newcomers to the system. I also mentioned the DAO. The DAO, it's deployed with using Snapshot. Snapshot allows for off-chain voting and proposing, which is very good, keeps the system very prone to free speech, which is very important. And the other aspect is that for the DAO, we are not governing this DAO with the UBI balances. We are actually governing this DAO with proof of humanity. And we actually are using a proxy contract that gives one vote to each verified human on proof of humanity. So if we go to one of the HIP proposals, which is short for Humanity Improvement Proposal, you can see that everyone is voting and everyone has one vote, right? So it's one person, one vote. As far as we know, this is the first democratic-driven DAO in all of Ethereum's history, or at least one that has significant usage and members. So this is an interesting feature in on itself. Because we are using snapshot, delegations are allowed. So we are using liquid democracy on more recent proposals. Let's check a more recent one. I think this one might have someone with more votes. Here you can see, for example, Clement Lesage from Kleros. He has 11 votes delegated. I had 4 votes delegated. So it's a version of liquid democracy. So those that do not have the time to engage with the governance, they can delegate their vote to someone else. Obviously we have the forum where different proposals are being debated to improve the tokenomics, to improve how the protocol works, the different challenges, the different aspects that make proof of humanity possible. The community has been very creative. There's one of the contributors that created Humanity Tools, or humanity.tools, has a lot of very interesting material, but some interesting demos as well. I like this demo a lot, that checks for similar faces, and it's a nice tool if you want to find duplicates in the registry and earn a good bounty for finding duplicates. You can use this tool. So let's copy someone's address. Let's test this out live. Let's see if this works. You just introduce the address here. It can take a while. Maybe it's an address if it's not indexed, and there tries to find similar faces. We will have to figure out if this looks. I did it with my own face, and I actually have to admit that it found similar faces to mine. So these are interesting tools that the community is building in order to make sure that we have resources that can help improve the quality of the registry of the list. So if you want to learn more about how proof of humanity works, you can obviously follow us on Twitter and in Telegram. There are 2 Telegram groups. There's the Proof of Humanity, Proof Humanity without the off, which is actually the original group we had with researchers. So right now this has 25 members, and there's another one that is Proof of Humanity in Spanish that has around 3,000 members. So it's a growing community. It's been three months already, almost 7,000 humans. We try to communicate as much as possible in social media, the latest projects, innovations, demos, stuff that is being built by the community. And the purpose is trying to understand how we can leverage the incredible world computer that Ethereum is in order to deliver universal basic income at scale for every human on Earth. A couple of interesting things about the project, details or nuances about how the protocol works that are worth mentioning, is that vouchers, for example, let me see if I can find a very interesting tweet from me, graph. It's with the vouchers, or with a graph of vouchers, that maybe this will be hard to find very quickly, but I think I found it yesterday. It's not here. There it is. So we have different, we have users giving vouchers to each other. This is from the early days of the protocol when we didn't have too many vouchers. but each vouch or every vouch is actually processed in a sequential way. So when I vouch for, let's say, 5 different people, those vouchers are not processed in parallel or immediately. It's processed one after the other, and each one takes 3.5 days, because that's the window of opportunity that challengers have to challenge one of the an identity that does not meet the criteria. The reason vouchers are processed in a sequential way is to prevent a network of spam bots from suddenly hijacking the registry and taking over the system. So the fact that when you create your identity, you have to pay a deposit, which right now it's at 0.18 ETH, plus the fact that you have to receive a vouch from someone that trusts your identity, and that vouch, will be processed in a sequential way, and it might take, in some cases, if you ask a vouch to me, my vouch will probably take 1 month, because I have already given vouches to a lot of users, and they are all processed in a sequential way. So my vouchers are not good for newcomers. That's why we actually have some crowd vouching groups for those that want to seek help from the community. If I remember correctly, it's Ubi Crowd Voucher. This is the group on Telegram. I don't know if this is or Ubi Crowd Vouching. Maybe it is Ubi Crowd Vouching. Oops, sorry, I'm having typos. So you can ask to the community on Telegram to request a vouch from someone that has not given a lot of vouchers, and you might get a quicker path to getting approved on the registry. And if you are approved, then you get your deposit back, and you are able to start accruing UBI every second throughout time. The identities are valid for 1 year. After 1 year, you have to renew. That's also a matter that is actually being debated by the community right now. And yeah, that's a quick overview of how proof of humanity works, with the universal basic income built on top of it, and with enabling using nothing but smart contracts and Ethereum and crypto economic incentives. I don't know if we have time for questions or.
Yeah, no, thanks so much, Santi. It was a really interesting overview, and also just always impressed to see when people go live, because you never know if something's going to work out or not, but everything worked out nicely. So that was great for you to show us how everything has been done so far. We have a couple of kind of comments and questions coming in, so I'll start asking them as kind of they come in, and also for everybody listening, if you can type those questions out in the chat, we'll be able to relay them to our speakers. So maybe kind of the first one is just, I want to sort of segment that into 2 categories. One is just how it was designed, and the second one is like how it's working now that it's launched. On the former, sort of, did you look at or evaluate using stable coins instead of the tokens fluctuating in value? Kind of how do you think about that as being the means of the token being delivered? And sort of, I would love to kind of learn more about that decision process, or just the trade-offs rather.
Yeah, when you're building a system like this, the only variable we control is the issuance. If we were to use some kind of stable coin or some kind of, something that could stabilize the price, we are definitely paying attention to projects that are doing that. We've been looking at algorithmic stable coins, like Ampleforth, or different kinds of projects that were trying to stabilize the price. We never expected the wild swings the token had. The token, went, it's a small cap token, and it had speculators playing with it. And of course, it's on the very early days, but we wanted to make sure we had a mechanism that fairly and automatically distributes to everyone. And with our own token, we can control that issuance rate. Then comes the challenge of, well, how we control the price, if we can control the price. We live in a strange world where Dogecoin has a market cap of $85 billion, and probably a price can go a bit irrational in these markets. But we thought that having a fair distribution, a fair mechanism that is, once you become verified, you get this token, would enable a couple of interesting things. First, everyone that will be find themselves holding this token will eventually have an interest to find utility for it. And we're seeing like peer-to-peer markets. We're seeing implementations on rollups to make the transacting more frictionless. So we're seeing a community building around with it. The wire bolts, there's an Aave fork actually being built to lend the token and use future price to stabilize price in the present. So there's stuff like that working around with the UBI token. Whether the issuance, if the issuance rate, we had arguments in favor of increasing it and decreasing it, as you can expect in a community with different ideologies and different ideas. Decreasing it potentially could help boost the price. Increasing it could potentially dilute the pre-mine. So you have these trade-offs. What I believe after 3 months of seeing the project in action is that we were always able to deliver a UBI that's above $100 a month. And that's very helpful for students, for pensioners, for people in the developing world. So we were lucky with that respect, that price was always able to match a decent UBI, at least to get bootstrap the system. And if we are able to fix the issuance rate, and we just know the fact that one UBI equals 1 hour, like the collateral of the token is human time, then the market can, without surprises of increasing or reducing issuance, without surprises, without channel information surprises, the market can coordinate a price around it. That's at least our hypothesis. If the market has this predictable emission rate of this token over time to humans, then the market can decide, well, what should the value of universal basic income be? Right now, the market is saying 20 cents because of a lot of factors, because ads went down last week, because there are multiple factors. It's still very early days. But on the long term, I think that the market can work and can coordinate a price of what's the real value of UBI. And we are eager to see that, what could happen with that. It's very experimental, but we feel confident that we can take it to an interesting place as a community, of course.
Absolutely. And sort of like a follow on to what you sort of already transitioned into is just overall, obviously you've seen a lot of positive reception from your community, but what's kind of been something that they've requested for you to either add or integrate or work on that wasn't either part of the plan or just found you by surprise? Like what's kind of been that reaction for the people who did not know what this is? Yeah.
Look, it's been like quite a roller coaster, to be honest, the last 3 months of my life after launching this, but it's so exciting. But of course, there are we were expecting, for example, to see deep fakes. We were expecting to see, people with or twins or multiple twins or people disguised. On the guidelines, we forbid using makeup, for example, to prevent that, but you never know. But the strangest thing was that apparently, what the requirement for the videos is that they need to be 360 pixels wide at least. And we found out that WhatsApp actually reduces the 4 pixels from each side. So you have or 8 pixels from each side. So you have 352 pixels. And because according to the guidelines, the requirement is at least 360, and we didn't know that WhatsApp was cropping the videos that way, a lot of challengers suddenly took literal were positivists, we could say, that took literally the words of the guidelines and started challenging profiles that do not meet the criteria because of 8 pixels. So we had a huge debate in the community whether that was right or wrong, and we had arguments on both sides. I think it's just morally wrong to challenge someone because of 8 pixels. And we shouldn't be that positivist in the interpretation of law and justice. Above all, justice is not logic. Logic is logic. Justice is something deeper. So we saw a crazy debate around stuff. That's like
very interesting. Yeah,
explaining the small wording, right, of the guidelines.
Wow. I know we're running out of time, but I'll ask one interesting question that just came from our chat, and we'll then move on to our next talk. And the question is, sort of, how do you think about proof of humanity overlapping with people wanting to be anonymous or pseudonymous online? Do you think that's either a contradiction, or like where does that kind of fit into how I guess we're seeing the web evolve?
No, I think it's a legitimate concern. I have a public address on Ethereum, and I have many private addresses. Probably have more private addresses than public addresses. But for most people, I'm Santi.eth. So that's me. You have it on Twitter. I decide to be public on that address. I see that that's a spectrum. And with MetaMask, I think you can wear multiple masks. That's the point of a MetaMask, right? And in some masks, you will be your public persona. In other masks, you'll be your more private or more anonymous. Proof of Humanity tries to put all kinds of warnings just to make sure that users are aware that this will be tied to a video of yourself declaring yourself as a human. You are not required to disclose any personal information or of yourself, whether your name, your address, nationality. None of that is required. You can use a fake name, fake whatever. But people need to check your face. We need to check your face just to see if there's some other human that looks like you or not, because evolution wanted this part of our bodies to work as a public key. We recognize each other in society, socially, through our faces. And it's just a fingerprint that we have, in a way of recognizing each other at a distance. And we're just simply using that fact of nature. But of course, be cautious and be aware that this is part of your public persona, probably not part of your anonymous persona on Ethereum.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, hopefully, Marcus, that was got you some insight into that answer. And with that, we are ready to wrap up. So Santi, thank you so much for doing this talk and answering our questions. And hope to see you all again in one of the future events.
See you on Twitter.
And with that, we are ready for our next talk. And next up, we have Alan Shaw from Protocol Labs, and he's going to be talking about interplanetary timelessness and how IPFS and Filecoins are making NFTs more possible for the long haul. So Alan, welcome to our summit, and I'll let you kick us off with your talk.
Hi, thank you very much. Let's share a screen. Here we go. Okay, assuming that could all be seen and stuff. All right, hi, I'm Alan. I'm an engineer at Protocol Labs, and this talk is about NFTs and the off-chain side of them and how they can be stored, decentralized on IPFS and Filecoin for a long time, for the long haul. So I'm kind of new to NFTs. I guess we kind of all are, really. When I found out about them and I started getting interested, I was really happy to see that IPFS was already being used to store them, working for Protocol Labs and having worked on IPFS quite a bit. It's really nice to see it being used in the wild. So for example, I can just pull up any kind of NFT marketplace, for instance, just this one, check on activity, and wow, look at that. So this is just like NFTs that have been created or bought quite recently. And if I click through, I can just have a look down, hopefully down here. And if I click through to view transaction on Etherscan and then do a little bit of spelunking in the Ethereum blockchain, pull up the contract, whoosh, scroll down here, put that in there, do a query, and look, hey, it's an IPFS. This is an IPFS hash. Hey, rad. Okay, so and then I can literally just put that in my browser, and this comes up as in my browser here, and I can just click through to see that NFT in all its high res glory. So fun times. All right. So back to the slides. Where are we? Why are these NFTs stored on IPFS? Well, first of all, it's kind of prohibitively expensive to store big data like that on chain in Ethereum, at least. And IPFS has some really nice properties for off-chain data that we can get into in a little bit. But yeah, that's super rad. So anyway, as I learned a little bit more about NFTs, I came to realize that the developers enabling NFT creators, so these are kind of NFT marketplaces like Foundation, like Super Rare, like Zora, they all really cared about users being able to access their data should they ever disappear. So if they just went poof, they didn't want all of these fantastic NFTs to just fade away because they're NFTs. They're things they're artwork that people have created, that people have bought, and they shouldn't just disappear into nothingness. So that would suck. So IPFS can solve this problem and actually fits this bill really well. So it's not all that surprising that it's being used already. But in case you're kind of new to IPFS, let me explain by going over a few basics. Okay, so I've got this random NFT that I found, a picture of some mountains that is some sort of generated. It's really pretty. I love it. I'm going to put this data in my IPFS node. So for example, if I put this NFT, if I import it into my IPFS node, then I get back a CID, which stands for content identifier. And CIDs are a kind of cryptographic hash, and they address the content, not its location. So that means that any given CID will always refer to that same piece of content. Or if we flip it round to a different way, if the content changes, then the CID would have to change as well. And so the idea is that once you've got the CID, or what typically happens is that that CID or a URL to a gateway, an IPFS gateway with that CID in it is what's stored on chain. But if that wasn't stored on chain and just a regular URL to any old website, any old like Google Drive or whatever, then that could be problematic. And that's problematic potentially because like the owner of that content could just delete it. Or like the domain could expire, and or like the hosting could expire and never renewed, and then the NFT will be lost forever, or possibly even worse, you like that NFT could be altered. So you might have this fantastic image of a kitten, a crypto kitty perhaps, that you've bought, and then whoever owns that perhaps came along and defaced it and made it into a dog, a crypto doggy. Perhaps, and that would not be cool for you. You'd be pretty angry. So that's not good. Another good reason is that maybe this URL is just not accessible from within your country or within your workplace. Maybe you actually need a peer that is actually a bit closer to you to be able to serve it, because you literally just can't request stuff outside of that boundary. Okay, so how does that work? Well, I have that content, I've imported it into my IPFS node. If someone else requests that data by its CID, then they'll receive it. The IPFS network is such that you will search the network and eventually find someone that has it, and then try and connect to them. And when you have connected to them, you'll receive that data. And so now 2 nodes can serve that content, which is super cool. And so kind of like this, so a 3rd node comes along and asks for the CID, but both of those nodes can now serve that request and send that data to that 3rd node. That's cool. And what it means is that this original node can actually just go away. So gone. And that data will still be retrievable from the other nodes. And so this is the awesome power of peer-to-peer networking. You might have heard of it. All right, caveats. Yes, there's 2 caveats. Okay, the first one is kind of interesting, but and kind of obvious. But if all of the nodes that have that content like go away, if they're simply not available, then there's no one to serve that content to you. So you can't get it. There's no way. So that's the kind of obvious caveat. The second caveat is garbage collection. So we have this thing in IPFS called garbage collection, and depending on your configured garbage collection rules, it might run at like a certain time. It might run when your configured repo storage limit is hit. Maybe you've just been IPFS catting loads of data and you've used like a terabyte of data, and IPFS eventually goes, okay, that's the limit hit. Let's do a GC round, and it will just do that. Or it can be run manually. So you can actually invoke IPFS GC from the command line, or you can, if you've exposed the HTTP API, you can hit it over HTTP and tell it to do a GC. So yeah, if you add stuff to IPFS, then it will stay there and it's not eligible for GC. But if you just try and get stuff from the wider network and pull it in, then it's not automatically it doesn't automatically become ineligible for garbage collection. So what you need to do is tell IPFS that the content is not garbage and it's a super rare NFT and it's not trash. It shouldn't be thrown away. And in IPFS, that's referred to as pinning. If you don't pin the data, then it will eventually be garbage collected. So what that means is that even if the content is super, super popular, then it can still eventually exit the network, because well, either nodes could just disappear who have that content, or nodes who did have that content might slowly garbage collect, and eventually nobody has it, and that's bad. And then so in general, these two caveats are why developers use a third-party service like Pinata, like Textile, like Bleak to store their content. And the reason is that these services actually have nodes that are publicly available and they stay online 24/7. And obviously they pin the content so it doesn't disappear, it doesn't get garbage collected. Cool, so that's caveat number 2. All right, NFT.storage is something that we've been working on, and it's a place where you can store your NFT data decentralized on IPFS and Filecoin, and you can store it safe in the knowledge that it will be there tomorrow, and it hopefully goes some way to solving that permanence problem. And it's free. It's free for as long as we can make it free for, as long as we can keep this thing going. And one of the big parts of it is that things should be easy. So let's check out, how does it work? Well, you upload your NFT data to NFT.storage. Simple, right? And then what happens is that NFT.storage stores that data on IPFS nodes. Okay, so far so good. But what's different from like a regular pinning service? Well, behind the scenes, NFT.storage is actually negotiating deals to store your data with miners on the Filecoin network. And the Filecoin network incentivizes miners to store data, and they get paid to store data. And they also typically get paid for like when data is retrieved. So it's a win-win situation for them. Okay, so why is that good? Well, if NFT.storage just goes away, and then all of the like nodes, the IPFS nodes, the NFT.storage happens to be pinning to went away, and all of the IPFS nodes who ever fetched that content also went away. So all of the IPFS nodes, they just disappeared for whatever reason. They garbage collect the content, or they just vanished from the network. Then the miners will still have the content. The miners are super incentivized to keep storing the content. They get penalties for stopping storing content before the deal term is finished. So you can just think of these miners as just another set of IPFS peers. They are built on the same technology as IPFS, and they've got super strong incentives to continue storing the data. So hooray. We had a public launch for NFT.storage a few weeks ago. The URL is NFT.storage. .storage is a top-level domain. Who knew? And so you should go take a look. We have a simple HTTP API, and it's expressed as an open API schema. If that doesn't mean anything to you, then I guess you should know that it allows us to generate nice documentation websites like this, which is cool because you can just use it from the browser without even doing any code. So that's one of the benefits, at least. There's an official client that we built in JS. It's got some TypeScript types. It's got nice API docs, and we've literally just launched a new metadata API, which should make minting NFTs even easier than it was before. And you'll do that with ERC 1155 compatible metadata. So you'll be following standards at the same time, all the best practices baked in. So that's very cool. This is the GitHub org, so what I wanted to highlight here is that because of this open API schema that we have, you should just be able to generate a client in like any other language. And we were like, yeah, that's great, that's brilliant. But then we were like, well, maybe let's just do that. So we did. So we chose like some of the big languages and just generated some clients with tools that we found on the internet. So they might be a bit clunky. It's a machine built them. They might, I don't know, your mileage may vary. But if you are using that, then if you're using one of these, then like let me know. Or if there's problems, then open an issue, open a PR. I'd be really interested to hear from people who are using one of these generated clients, see what their experience is. So, okay, that's that bit of the talk. All right, so I'm going to do a little demo of the JS client to show you what it's like to store NFT data on IPFS and Filecoin. So let's just stop my share for a sec, and I'll share my whole screen. Here we go. Okay, assuming you can now see code on my screen.
Everything's great.
Cool. So here we go. This is live coding, so this could go all completely and utterly wrong, but we're going to give it a go anyway. So what I've done is I've installed the client. It's NFT.storage on npm. I'm importing a couple of things. So they've got the client. We also got some web APIs that we're exporting as well for use in Node.js, because it doesn't have them natively. But yeah, so this is the default. We don't need to do anything there, but what we do need to do is we need to go and get a token. So let's head on over to the NFT.storage website. Okay, so I'm already logged in here. Let's move you out of the way. If I check out my API keys here, I've deleted all my current ones. So I'm just going to create a new one. I'm going to call it demo. I'm going to create the key. Here it is. I will delete this after the demo. So steal my API key. Head over here, paste it in here. Lovely job. All right, so let's talk about this a little bit. All we're doing here is we're instantiating the client, passing it our token. We don't need to pass that, but just there for completeness. And we're going to read a file. This is not the file we're going to read. This is this file. But I put this. Yeah, here we go. We're going to store. This is my favorite. This is my favorite meme on the internet. Hello, yes, this is dog. Just for example processes. Well, let's try storing that. So this, what we're going to call here is the store blob API. This is the simplest API that NFT.storage exposes. It just allows you to store raw data and get back a CID that you can use in your minting process, if you so please. So what we're going to do is call store blob. So we've read the file, we're creating a new blob because store blob requires a blob to be passed to it. Console log the CID, and then we're going to call the status API, which allows you to check in on the status of a NFT that you've uploaded before, and that means checking out the pin status, see if it's pinned yet or not, and see the size of the thing. But you can also see what Filecoin, like information about Filecoin deals that have been made with this particular CID. You can see like which miners have your data and what the current status of that deal process is. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and in theory, this should be good to run. Yes, this is dog. This is good. So I'm going to go node. Store blob, hit that. Wow, okay, right. So first log line is that CID. So the CID for this, this is, yes, hello, this is dog, butcher. And then the second one is the status object that we queried for. So we get the CID back again. This second property is the deals, the Filecoin deals that this particular CID is included in. Now, one thing to note is that usually you will see, like as soon as you upload something, this will not be populated. This is something that I've actually uploaded a while ago, and so it's had a chance to make it into Filecoin deals, which is why I'm showing you this particular item. But here we go. We've got Filecoin deals. So we've got 3 deals here, and these deals have been done on mainnet, Filecoin mainnet. This is the miner that this deal was made with, the current status. So initially, when you upload stuff, you'll get an object with status maybe queued to say that it's being queued up. And what kind of is interesting is that we're kind of batching up this data in it, so it will be queued up, and then eventually we'll make a big deal with the miner with lots of data. So that's the deals. I don't know if there's anything more interested in there. We've got the network in there because we have test nets, and then it allows us to make deals with miners that are running crazy experiments and stuff on different networks. So we also get the size of the thing. We get the pin status, and yeah, that's the status API. But this is like the simplest, most simplest API we have. And actually, if you've ever kind of minted NFTs before, you'll know that an NFT, you actually kind of want both the asset, so the thing that's being minted, like the thing that the artist has created, or whatever it is that's being minted, but also you kind of need a metadata JSON file. So you'll need to store on IPFS kind of at least two things. So the asset as well as the metadata.json. And now what that would mean, if you're using the store blob API, you'd have to do two calls. You'd have to do them sequentially, because typically from the metadata JSON file, you want to reference the asset, and you can only do that by having the CID of the asset. So you need to upload it first and then upload it. And it's just it just gets a bit complicated. So we have this we have a metadata API which allows you to more easily create a metadata.json file from some data. So what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to try and do some proper live coding, and so we're going to do store. I'm going to create store metadata.js. Okay. So I'm just copying over the exact code we had in the previous example. I'm going to close up there. We're actually just make it smaller. We've got our yes, this is dog, and so our metadata API, what we call is just we call a store function, and that we have some, obviously we have some TypeScript types for this, so we get some really good information about this function that we are adding. And so you pass that a object, and that object is what is kind of the JS form of your metadata, your typical metadata.json file that you would create when minting an NFT. So we're going to give it a name. We're going to call it if I could type properly. Yes, this is dog meme. I'm going to call it, yes, this is dog. And then we'll have a description as well. There we go. So, and then I think the minimum you can have is these items. And so I'm going to pass it a file, because what the API does is it checks that the data you're giving it is actually the image has to be an image or a video. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to say pass the file name in for creating a new file. So I can choose, so I can read this file with this file name, but I can call it whatever I like in the file. So that's cool, and that will be persisted. I'm just going to give it a type image JPEG, so JPEG, and then once I've stored that, let's get rid of this. We get back our metadata, and what we'll do is just log out the metadata.url. And this is the URL to the metadata JSON file that we created. So what happens behind the scenes is that the store method takes this object, and where we put actual file or blob objects in properties, what it does is it will do one-shot requests to nft.storage, and nft.storage will unpack that information. It will store all of the files and send you back basically a JSON object like this, but with these files replaced with IPFS URLs to that content which is stored on IPFS and Filecoin. So here we go. So I'm going to log out the metadata.url. I'll also log out the metadata.data. This is the actual data that you would typically see in a metadata JSON file, just to show that that URL, that file to URL conversion. But this metadata.url property is basically what you'd store when you're minting your NFT. So here we go. Whoa. Save that. Let's give this a go. Hopefully, with any luck, this will work first time. Oof. Okay, rad. Okay, so we've logged out this the URL. This is what you'd see, what you'd store on chain, and this references this well, this is a JavaScript version. We've got like, this is a URL object, but if you toString on that URL object, then you get this string here. And so what we'll do now is we'll just log out. Let's just log out. We've got an embed function, and what this function does is it gives us back that same object here, but instead of having URLs that are just the IPFS URLs, this will actually replace those with IPFS gateway URLs. So it'll typically be a dweb.link URL. So let's just rerun that to get those gateway URLs. Here we go. And so this becomes clickable. I can just open this, and it should open in my browser. Hooray! And that's my dog. Rad. I should also be able to, if I grab this, I should hopefully be able to go. So another gateway, different. It's the same but different. You should be able to fetch content from IPFS from any HTTP gateway. So it doesn't matter which one you're using. And this is my JSON file. This is what was created for me. So super rad. All right. I think that's about it for the live coding. I can't believe it all totally worked. Right. Let's stop share for a second, and we'll head on back to the slides. Here we go. Okay. You should see slides again. Cool. So aside from NFT.storage, there's some other things I wanted to just quickly tell you about, if I have time. So we're going to be starting our Save the NFTs initiative, and what that means is we're going to crawl the Ethereum chain from Genesis. Well, I don't suppose there'll be too many NFTs at Genesis, but you get the idea. And what we're going to do is we're going to upload all of the NFTs we find to NFT.storage. So none of these NFTs that have been created so far, like none of them will hopefully ever like disappear off the internet again. We'll upload stuff that's IPFS already, but also things that are on the end of URLs to things that aren't IPFS or decentralized at all. So we'll do that, and we'll do it for not just Ethereum. We're also going to see if we can save NFTs on other blockchains. And of course, what we'll do is we'll try and visualize that data on NFT.storage. We're going to create a new NFT checker. There's already an NFT checker, but this would be a new one, and it will show you the health of your NFT in terms of like how many providers on IPFS there are for your NFT, and how many. And obviously, it will show you that information that I've already showed you about the Filecoin deals that your NFT is on. So how well stored is your NFT, I guess, in the long term. And obviously we'll try and make those metrics available to developers over some sort of public API so they can do what they please with it. The second and final thing before I leave is about this brand new website. And so storing NFT data, the off-chain stuff, is just like a really small part of a much bigger process of actually minting an NFT. And so if you actually want to do something like that, and you have no idea what you're doing, like me, then this brand new website should help you out with that. So it's got like step-by-step tutorials and how-tos and code samples and like references for the ERC schemas and stuff, and like the concept of DApps in general and stuff like that. So and the best thing is that all the tutorials here actually use NFT.storage, so you get all of those good practices all kind of baked in. So you should check this out. This is brand new. This was launched like yesterday. So some stuff that's still under construction. It's completely new, but you should go check it out. And please, any feedback you have on it is greatly appreciated. So that is all of the words that I have to say for now. You should go and check out NFT.storage and nftschool.dev. That's the school that I just talked about. But yeah, thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Alan. This was an awesome live demo. I'm glad that everything worked out in the first try. We are running a little bit short on time, so I'll maybe ask just one question, which has been kind of a conversation happening on our chat. And the question is on the technical side of this, which is for NFT storage, is the metadata fully immutable, or can that be amended over time if you were to add more properties? And just the question is around just that, and there are a couple of other threads around it, but maybe this is a quick answer.
Yeah, this is a conversation we've had previously, and right now there is no mutability. IPFS in general is not great for mutability for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. But yeah, we've been having conversations, and we want to kind of come up and build this thing out. And I'm not sure how that would work for metadata, adding properties to that, but in general, like having kind of IPFS collections of things would be really useful, and we're trying to build that out now. But yeah, no, not at the moment.
Well, hopefully that's some clarity. CM who was asking this, and this kind of makes it. There you go. So I think in the meantime, you can always use Textile and sort of and use that thread to update the new CID. So if you're looking to hack on that, hopefully that's your hack around that hack. And if you have more questions, you can find the IPFS team on our Discord. So thanks again, Alan. And with that, we are ready to move on to our next talk. So next up, we have an amazing panel with 4 awesome people in this space. The panel is titled What's Possible in NFTs. And we have Billy, who's an advisor at Folia app. We have People Pleaser from Pleaser DAO. We have Molly McKinley from Protocol Labs. And the panel will be moderated by Amy Jung from MakerDAO. So they're going to talk about everything with NFTs. And I'll welcome all of them here to kick off the chat. Everybody.
Hello, thanks. Thanks for the intro. Billy is already getting started with the party. I'm really excited for everyone to join here. We have this amazing panel, and just fun is maybe it's a Friday fun day. So I just wanted to start with a little bit about NFTs for anyone who is new. It stands for non-fungible token, unique and non-interchangeable. So I think of NFTs from a technological lens. They represent tokenized digital assets plus proof of ownership plus money channels baked in. And you'll see sort of NFTs of all kind. There's art, music, in-game, VR parcels, real world business assets like real estate, scientific papers, and even liquidity positions. So our topic of what's possible with NFTs is fairly large. And with this stellar lineup, it's going to be hard to cover everything, but I think we have some really fun topics today to cover. We're just going to start with a quick intro from all our panelists. Maybe we'll start with Billy, with Molly, and then People Pleaser, and then Billy. Just a brief intro to give people some context. You can also talk about when you learned about, how you learned about NFTs. So maybe Molly, kick us off.
Sure thing. Hi, everyone. Really excited to be here. So I work on IPFS, Filecoin, libp2p, and run kind of our engineering team at Protocol Labs working on those protocols. And so my connection to the NFT space is usually at kind of the level that you were just hearing from Alan around how do we make sure that when we're addressing NFTs that we're not losing those or breaking the links to the data and metadata that makes up an NFT, and that we're storing that and making it accessible long-term without reliance on a lot of central parties, and being able to do that in a really resilient way to all sorts of faults or mistakes. And that really comes from kind of the longer space and longer mission of kind of what IPFS and Filecoin are aiming to do here in the Web3 space. But yeah, I first learned about NFTs back in the CryptoKitty days where, so I was not early here, but I was hearing about that, and I'm a huge cat lover and was like, this sounds amazing. I definitely want to own my own cat Neopet that lives on the blockchain. That sounds like the future I want. But I was looking for that, like that platform, that space where I could actually go and interact with it. And I think the team actually moved on at Dapper to go and build some of these games where you could actually take these crypto NFTs, these identities, and you could move them around into different spaces. And I thought that was so exciting to be able to use things like peer-to-peer networking, content addressing to say, take your favorite Neopet from one video game to another video game into your favorite virtual world. It's like, wow, this is the metaverse. It's starting, it's happening here. And so just really excited at all that we can do kind of from a technical level, and the infrastructure and tools we can build, like NFT.storage or guides, best practices, things like that, to enable the amazing creators and artists and folks who are actually making that future of the web exist, so that they can do it more effectively. So that's how I fit into this field, share this world.
Hey everyone, I'm People Pleaser. I am a digital artist who frequently collaborates with a lot of DeFi protocols, and also I guess maybe am more known for making that Uniswap V3 animation and consequently selling it as an NFT, in which we raised 310 Ethereum for charity. And then also a DAO was formed to purchase the piece, which is now called Pleaser DAO. And when I first heard about NFTs, similarly, actually, I heard about it. I think the initial point was probably from CryptoKitties, but I obviously had no idea what NFTs even were at the time. Just thought, oh, it was like kind of cool. But then sort of when I got like a little bit more involved in sort of selling NFTs was around DeFi Summer. But even before that, because I had created sort of an Instagram art account, and just to kind of get my content out there, I had joined all these random Discords. And then so I joined a couple ones that were crypto art Discords. And at the time, I wasn't selling any NFTs, but I was just joining these Discords to sort of promote my work. So I would just drop the Instagram links in there, and then people would be like, how can I buy this? Because I wasn't selling them. So I actually had no idea what I was doing. It's just like, they probably just thought, who is this person who's always dropping Instagram links and they're just not selling NFTs? It doesn't make any sense. And then later on, then I actually discovered Rarible, and that you can actually, and this was sort of about when, and this was last summer, so about when Rarible was like kind of taking off. And then so I just, as an experiment, like minted, like just like 3 pieces or something. And then I can't believe people actually bought them. So then I was like, wow, people actually want to buy my work. This is really cool. And then so that's kind of like how I got started, which is like around last summer. And then it was sort of happening in conjunction with my whole like DeFi summer, where I was also making animations like in collaboration with DeFi protocols. But yeah, those two worlds kind of like didn't merge until the Uniswap V3 animation, where I was like, I can actually also, this could also be an NFT, like the animations that I was doing for the DeFi protocols. So, I mean, and that's like the only time that it happened so far. And so, yeah.
I'm Billy. I'm based in Berlin. I'm on the board of management at the Interchain Foundation, who are the stewards for the Cosmos Network. I'm the founder of Clover's Network, which is an NFT game that rewards the creation of scarce art. And I'm a founder / advisor to Folia app, which is a space for exhibiting and collecting NFTs. I first encountered NFTs or the concept while I was building an early version of Clover's Network back in 2017. I had sort of a proto version of it before the standard really existed, just as Clover's Network. And then I started hitting the hackathon route really hard to try to like share my work and try to see what people thought about this weird idea. And so I went to the very first ETH Global event, ETH Waterloo, where CryptoKitties launched, and it was really fun and exciting. And seeing the standard there sort of clicked after realizing like the limitations of ERC20 and being like, oh yeah, like if we all just use the same thing, so much more exciting things can happen. And so really just followed it from there, developed an EIP called Refungible Token, which is like a fractional ownership EIP. And my fun fact is that I'm the reason why ENS uses NFTs.
Also, fun fact, my Twitter profile is a Clover's.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm a big fan of a lot of your work. I'm a fan of everyone here. I've been following you guys on Twitter and everything beforehand. So just to start, I think for this panel, one of the greatest things is thinking about, there's a lot of conversations around NFT art and just like it selling and all these numbers, but kind of moving away from them and actually thinking like to inspire other people. I want to kind of talk about some of this unexpected or creative use cases in which NFTs that like people don't think about when they think about NFTs. And one of them is around this like interesting way to sell the NFT to fund something more positive or like a public good and so on. And we definitely want to go back to people pleaser on that one. But maybe Billy, I'd love for you to talk about this. You kind of bid for the tokenized Solidity code base for reserve auctions, and like how selling code and what that meant also in an NFT. Maybe you want to talk about that.
Yeah, that was a really fun experience, almost a coincidence. So my involvement in Folia is mostly like nights or weekend. When I was first talking to a friend about it, I was like, from a technical point of view, it's not very difficult, but from like a social point of view, like, you know, this was founders who have been involved in like traditional art world, like getting art people interested in crypto and getting crypto people interested in legacy art. Like that's a problem that like I'm going to leave to you. But technically, you know, I'll help out, whatever. The tech hasn't changed the last couple of years. And so we were talking about building a reserve auction contract for a little while. And it was the exact same weekend that Bounty on Mirror posted this bounty, like, somebody want to build a reserve price auction? And it was just like, absolutely. So dove into it really fast. They were really responsive. The team over there is great. I know some of the people there already, but, you know, iterated on it a couple times. They deployed it really quickly. Definitely got some help from them polishing the final code, but ended up launching it and selling this code base as an NFT, which was, I guess, the first of its kind. I mean, it's not like it's trying to take the IP angle where, you know, ownership of it gives you rights to the code in some way, but there was this really sort of like nice iterative thing that is happening over at Mirror that I think they're doing a great job of, which is like stuff around like party DAO, you know, almost like flash DAOs, you know, hey, let's all get together on this like really specific topic purpose. What happens if we all just like band together really quickly to do something cool? And having an NFT sort of encapsulate that activity, I think, is really great, and also provides a lot of interesting next steps for that collective activity. You know, the reselling of the NFT, proceeds of that NFT, collectively management, the funds. There's a lot of cool things that happen from there.
And speaking of DAOs coming together, I mean, people pleaser, you've also been, a lot of your work kind of connects back to kind of giving back with the Stands with Asians and the autism. Like, tell us more a little bit about your experience with like your work, NFTs, and this kind of funding explosion that has happened.
Sure. So sort of the concept of selling NFTs to give back really came from, I read a tweet from Chao Wang back in the day, and it really sort of resonated me. Basically, he said that if you made a lot of money trading assets in 2020, just know that, and he's like, I speak this as an investor trader myself, that you're not really contributing much to society, but if you want to brag, you should brag about how you've helped people financially. And so that really, when I read that, you know, really resonated with me. Not that I made a lot of money in 2020 or anything, but I make, you know, a livable income just from my collaborations in general. And you know, there's around about, you know, like obviously before I was selling NFTs, but they were, I had never done an auction before. So I was just selling them for pretty cheap. Like I would just put like less than 1 ETH or something. And you know, it wasn't really like on the top of my mind, but I had always thought that, oh, it'd be cool if one day, you know, maybe I could do like a charity auction or something. And so obviously when the whole NFT explosion happened, I did see it as sort of like, it's like a superpower to, you know, because it is something that is only happening to a very, very small group of select artists, that they're able to sell a piece, you know, that's going for hundreds of thousands of, you know, just a lot of money, right? And I thought, what if we can sort of use that superpower for a distribution of funds, you know, instead of, because a lot of the media as well was very focusing on like me, and how much money can I make? And, you know, I was not like super hot about that narrative. And so it just sort of in my mind kind of like came together. Well, this Uniswap thing had, you know, well, I poured my heart and soul into it. It was a very special piece for me. And then also I knew that there were going to be a lot of eyes on it. I could use this opportunity to really make a difference here. And so that's kind of where, you know, everything sort of came together. And I thought that this would be, and I had never done an auction before. It was really scary. I didn't know how much it was gonna, you know, end up going for. But yeah, I'm really glad that obviously the outcome way exceeded my expectations. And the whole thing where I guess my sort of like internet friends and fans came together to form a DAO was also really touching to me personally. And it also shows an alignment of all of our values together, that we all cared about making difference in the space, and also hopefully showing an example to other people as well, that first, you don't have to already be extremely famous to sell a piece for a lot of money. And second, you don't have to keep all of this money, you know, obviously if you're starving or something, then feed yourself first. But secondly, you know, we actually just sort of finished the process of finalizing the grantees, and so you can actually find us on my Twitter. There's 24 charities so far that each received $25,000 grants, and then you can see what each of these charities stand for and what they're planning to do with the money. And I just think that it's really great to be able to directly see the kind of impact that this has, and that's a way that NFTs can totally positively affect the world around us. And this is something that myself and Pleaser DAO are very, very much aligned and hopefully can continue to do more of in the future.
I think that also kickstarted a lot of these DAOs that are kind of creating these collectives that say, you know, they have a purpose and a meaning, and the purpose is to not just own the piece, but it's about how to like distribute some of these goods in a way and fund other things. So it's been amazing that you kind of opened that up for people. I think it really blew up, like starting from your work. And so maybe Molly, like, you know, you've seen it with Filecoin as well. You guys are just kicking off this, also kind of sponsoring this event as well. What are some of the kind of unexpected or creative, or just some of your favorite use cases of NFTs that you've seen?
Well, I think my legit favorite one, which I haven't gotten to experience personally yet, but I hope to, is one that was actually an NFT hack a month or two ago, where you created a piece of art, and it was, I think, flamethrower something. So an art piece of art was created. There was a video of a flamethrower burning the piece of art, and that was recorded, and that is what was minted as the NFT, which I thought was great. And so that's my favorite so far, though I'm clearly gonna have to get Billy's cat, because that's phenomenal and I want to use that from now on. But yeah, I think one of the things that I'm really excited about, which I haven't seen happen yet, but I think is a really interesting opportunity, kind of goes to what People Pleaser was saying around, you know, not needing to lean on already being famous or already having a massive following in order to kind of see adoption of your work, or have this opportunity of reaching people and kind of, you know, distributing your NFTs and gaining awareness for a cause that you really care about. I think that's super meaningful. I have a couple of friends who are musicians and are not well known, you know, but have art that like speaks to kind of ideas and missions that they really care about, and they're really excited about an opportunity, kind of the reverse of a DAO that's buying a single work, but more a collection of artists who are coming together and creating works around a theme or a mission or a cause, where then you have kind of a collection with a curator who's helping, you know, think of an exhibition in a gallery or things like that, where you're bringing together the collective work of many artists. And so you could have like effectively DAOs on both ends around, you know, a wider group of things, where you don't lean on one person's individual, like me brand, but you lean on like the collective sum of these works. And then kind of on the other hand, you have many people who are potentially, you know, becoming fractional owners of that wider collection, or kind of visiting the space in which this collection, you're now experiencing this. And now you have three parties. You have the series of artists who are creating work. You have the curator who's helping bring together these works and kind of set them up for being like really meaningful to people, and exposing them to the concept or mission that's trying to be achieved. And then you have the group of people who's getting to experience that collection of art. And I think that's something that's really exciting and interesting. And I would love to see how the technology can evolve to support that as well. What are the things that we can create that make it easy for a curator to describe a series of works of art, a series of NFTs, make sure that, you know, a community can fund that whole collection of NFTs instead of picking and choosing, and kind of redistribute the value kind of collectively across this collection versus kind of the one-off auction model, which I think works and is kind of the first thing we've tried here, but I think there's a lot more opportunity for us to kind of explore other ways in funding this art. And so that's something that I haven't seen yet, but I'm really excited for groups that are, and I feel like having DAOs purchasing art is like the right next step in terms of exploring that wider space, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. You kind of touch upon like the next question I had, which is, this topic is called what is possible with NFTs. And sometimes when you go really wide, it's like anything. But sometimes it's interesting to think the opposite way or think about some constraints that we have, and whether you're designing to push through those constraints or outside of those constraints. I'm curious to hear from everyone, like, what are some of the limitations to this NFT, either like creation or development as a process, or like what is the NFT world need but hasn't developed yet to kind of also inspire other people to produce and build and be part of this world.
I could jump in first. Just the first thing that comes to mind that I feel like is really missing is a really solid NFT block explorer. I find myself using OpenSea as sort of a default block explorer to just like, you know, what is the status of this NFT? What is the history? Where is the owner? Etherscan is like such a fantastic product in this space, and like what a true public good. But it really is lacking in terms of NFTs. So that often comes to my mind. But when it comes to like kind of the restrictions, I'm often like split in this perspective on NFTs, because on one side, yeah, they are everything, they enable anything. But on the other one, like they're just like an ISBN number. You know what I mean? They're literally just a unique ID on a publicly accessible registry. And like sometimes people get really tripped off of like, you know, well, what is the NFT? Like, why is this JPEG matter or whatever? And it's like, it doesn't, but like it does like technically change this one very, very small benign thing, which opens up like a really interesting possibility space. And when it comes to like the restrictions, I would actually like to see more restrictions actually in the way a lot of artists engage with the format. Something that we try to really support at Folia is like getting the artists to get a deeper understanding of what the technology does and why, and trying to sort of like see if the work can interact at a conceptual level with the format. So you know, what does it mean to be transferable? What does it mean to be not transferable? How do you interact with like a live code that changes over time, code that plays with time? So there's like a new piece coming out where it's a series of poems, but they're released on this schedule that's relevant to the content of the poems, but like the last one won't be available for 40 years. And, you know, like this idea of like a blockchain is like forever, or like, you know, etched in rock, like the auctions will continue to happen over the next 40 years. But now you're really like thinking about this work all of a sudden in this time frame, which becomes difficult to pull off in other contexts that you don't have like guarantees around time the way you do with distributed systems.
I think, yeah, I think that something could be that would be interesting is maybe, you know, I'm not a technical person, so, but because currently, you know, there's nothing that really sort of prevents, we're very much in terms of data storage reliant on platforms, right? Like, you know, when I mint on OpenSea, that is stored on OpenSea, or if I mint on Foundation, then it's stored on Foundation. And would be cool to see if we could have something where it's a little bit more like, you know, you mint separately or independently from the platform, and then the platform is more used like for a sale, but on separation of that, when you're minting an NFT, because of, well, related to this issue, if I'm minting on Foundation, then there's not technically nothing stopping me from minting the Uniswap V3 video again on Rarible or OpenSea or something. You know, obviously that would tarnish my reputation as an artist, but technically there's not anything that kind of prevents that. So what could be interesting to explore, which let me know if this just doesn't make any sense technically, but something that sort of either scans the metadata or detects whether or not each file is sort of identical. And then when it is, then it kind of like rejects that mint function because you're trying to mint the same file, and that if it's a one of one, then you shouldn't be doing that, right? So that is something that had been on my mind, and I feel like is probably, hopefully, something that we are exploring down the route as well. And it doesn't have to just apply to sort of like an MP4 file, but even like 3D models, like .obj files, anything that could exist on the metaverse, or just an NFT form in general.
Yeah, I think the thing that kind of gets at what you're talking about is kind of the space in which you want to use an NFT, kind of describing the qualifications for NFTs that are valid within that context. Because like at a fungible level, like whenever you look at a particular image or video, like changing one pixel, changing like one piece of metadata technically makes it so that it's a different piece of content. But what you can do is you can lean on the platform, say like the video game or the gallery or the space in which you're kind of operating on those NFTs, the NFT block explorer or viewer of the future, to think about kind of which NFTs are like valid in that context. For example, something video game creators have to think about all the time is like, is a weapon or an artifact that you're bringing into that video game gonna like offset the balance that's like carefully crafted within that space in order to kind of enable everyone to play with each other. And so they're frequently finding like these OP, like overpowered items that then need to be like changed and updated. And so that's the sort of thing where you could think about an NFT itself describing the context or even those characteristics changing as it moves from space to space. And you could potentially use that as well to be like, well, this video is just a reproduction of another video that already exists. And so videos that are reproductions, we only the initial piece of art is kind of acceptable within this context, within this gallery, within this platform. And so I think there's an opportunity there to kind of lean on some of the potentially lean on the ways in which you'd view or interact with an NFT to kind of also encourage the proliferation of really new, exciting types of NFTs that differentiate themselves across platforms. Also, the one plus one kind of Billy's like, I think there's this awesome like explosion of content that's happened, and it's really amazing to see how people have been able to like fund all sorts of amazing artwork that previously it seems people were like, oh, it's digital. You don't pay for digital things. But as soon as kind of you put this opportunity for like a receipt or a timestamp and like purchase record on it, then suddenly like so much funding is able to flow into these artists and to these communities, which I think is really cool. And so I'd be curious to see how we can now make those accessible to people, see if there's other things within the kind of engaging people in kind of performative art or kind of interaction style NFTs. Like this experience that changes over time thing sounds so cool. Like there's a lot of opportunity there for like whole communities to engage with an NFT and influence its evolution over time. That also seems like a really interesting area that I'm sure some people are exploring already.
Yeah, we didn't get to the NFT piece, or generative piece, which I would have loved to expand on so much in the change of state. But unfortunately, that's sort of time's up for us. And I don't know if we still have time for Q&A, but I would.
We could definitely go over. We got 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes, actually.
Oh, amazing. Yeah. Well, can we talk back on this generative piece? That's the piece I think, Billy, you've also worked on. Molly, you kind of touched upon as well. The question I had was like this idea of the influence of like code and art and its relationship with each other, and the code sometimes creating the art and you co-creating as like a human process. Maybe Molly or Billy, do you want to expand on any of those ideas?
I mean, the thing that I think would be super cool, and I am not actually an NFT creator, so I'm not making this exist, but did a lot of theater growing up and think there's kind of a really cool opportunity for kind of communities interacting with kind of a performative art piece together, where their actions kind of like improv influence the evolution of an NFT. So I think there could be a really interesting opportunity around NFTs that grab like data from the wider world or suggestions from their collective DAO owners over time in order to actually kind of change the course of that NFT or influence that world. You kind of think about, as thinking of this as the primitives for creating the metaverse. A really important thing there is kind of object permanence. When you add a teapot, that teapot is now part of that world and it sticks around for the future people who are interacting with that space. And so having NFTs that are kind of evolutionary in that way, and that you can add and build out more content to them. I mean, I'm sure Decentraland is pushing, they have their land NFTs, but you could also think about them building up more pieces of the virtual world as kind of meta NFTs and meta NFTs, where we're talking about like larger and larger collections of other NFTs as like units you can also address and evolve. I think that'd be a really interesting space, but I'm still brainstorming here.
Yeah, that makes me think about all the different ways that NFTs can be utilized as sort of like functional aspects of different ways. So access tokens, combining different things. But when you talk about like generative work, one of the things that really resonates for me is that like at its core, I think NFTs are interesting in the history of art as an extension of conceptual art. It's even if you think about digital work itself as an extension of conceptual work, it's explicit code that represents the concept sometimes, and sometimes, the concept itself isn't very like illuminating. The concept is these pixels and this arrangement, but it opens up sort of a much richer space of saying like, cool, the thinginess of this digital thing is being represented by this very concrete technology, the NFT, but then the work itself is actually much larger than any specific representation of that work. It's, maybe it is an image in its most sort of concrete thing, but maybe it's actually the source of the image. Maybe it's the fact that that image has been reproduced. Maybe it's who created it, when they created it, and why. So even in this idea of like, don't let somebody mint the same image, there's a rich history of conceptual artists who do complete reproductions of artworks, but the fact that they did that reproduction in this context makes it a completely like new work for an interesting way. And like when I think about generative works, that's getting actually like really explicit about the concept. The concept is the work looks like this under these conditions, and like run this software to sort of enact and enable and see the results of my concept for an artwork. And I'm not creating a specific work, but I'm actually creating an entire design space. And within that space, there's all these different possibility and possible outcomes, depending on when it was generated, how it was generated, the random number generator, et cetera. But it's like I think an extreme step forward for an area of art that has very rich history, but it's really blossomed into this space. And I think that convergence of those ideas of conceptualism as well as like software as concept really has like found its form with NFTs. And it's why I think we see stuff like art blocks being really successful and a lot of the larger generative series being really resonating with the audiences, because it hits in so many different angles.
Ellie, do you think it's possible yet to have something like Reddit Place on like as an NFT that's evolving, like, or are there things that we need to build, like technology that's missing in order to make it so that you could have like, a massive community where you're each owning a pixel, or not even owning it, like you get an opportunity to vote on what color that pixel should be on a series of time, and we could have that sort of kind of evolving picture of the world and see what sort of crazy things we create.
I mean, we've got it in a lot of ways. There's another, what was that original like $1 million website where people, bought pixels or something? There's a new version of that, which is NFT based. So that's collective drawing through like very discrete property ownership. There's a new project from Jody, which is an NFT that's generative, but it's based on the seed of the address of the person owning it. So the actual image constantly changes based on the conditions of its ownership. There's not like something you can nail down, which is really nice. All sort of like massive online multiplayer organized games are starting to like merge with LARPs, and you start having, different aspects of it. And the line between where does the art start and stop, comes really blurry, and it might involve NFTs in many places along that way. but you're right that I don't think that we've seen anywhere near the end of the possibilities there.
Everybody, I was going to say, I'm also just going to merge all the conversations from the chat and the questions we're getting. And there's a very consistent theme here that I feel like you can just address, and then we can wrap this up, which is, can we talk about use cases of NFTs that are not art related, and kind of what does that world look like? And there's a lot of interesting ideas. Obviously, Billy talked about ENS being a really interesting example here. Just any comments or thoughts on that as a category? That'd be awesome.
Somebody want to kick off? I've got some ideas.
I can talk a little bit about the like DeFi side as well, because we do have NFTs in this like really interesting. We talk about liquidity positions using Uniswap, not the animations themselves, but the positions being NFTs themselves. And at Maker, we just onboarded something called real world assets, where these NFTs represent certain like loans or aspects of assets, and therefore then you can put out a loan. So it's not just art itself, but it's sort of like a tool, like I still can't figure out like what the word is, but it's like an asset that holds a lot of these other things of value. And it's not necessarily about the NFT being valuable itself. It's about what's inside the NFT or what it represents.
I feel like I'm talking a lot, but nobody's jumping. The part that really resonates for me is one of the compounding effects and interesting aspects of blockchain themselves is this idea of composability. There's an agreed standard, there's a common API, and NFTs are exactly that. It's a common API, and so it actually doesn't matter if it's art on one side or if it's a financial asset or if it's whatever. The fact is that you can reuse these same tools, reuse these same interfaces. You can build software that has expectations for how to interact with these things. As long as they follow these rules, then it'll work inside this new context. And that is really exciting for real world assets. I mean, exactly I guess the centrifuge is the example you're giving for the real world assets is the one that comes to my mind. These invoices that can be now used for collateral. Again, at the end of the day, they're just ISBN numbers, but like, it's great. An ISBN can represent a comic book or a novel. And like, it's great if you love novels and you want to talk about, French literature or something like that, but like, it doesn't change the fact that libraries rule, and they work because ISBNs, are able to like track where the books are and why or whatever. I mean, I guess books at large rule. I don't know what that claim would be exactly, but the other real world stuff that I'm really excited about, I mentioned briefly, is sort of access tokens. Things that become possible with Patreon memberships, almost like library cards. Again, to reference libraries, you end up not only being able to like pay for subscriptions, but you also get like a token that sort of shows, hey, I'm somebody who's paid the subscription 10 times. It's like putting a bumper sticker on the back of your car every time you like pay your dues to some nonprofit or organization that you want to show that you support. And then those things, of course, can be used, and we see them already being used for things like airdrops. You have this paper trail of your interactions, how you work with different things, and the fact that they follow this API means that they can be used forever in the future in all these different ways that we haven't even thought of.
I want to add also IP, creative IP, and then I'll let people please.
And I was just gonna say that I think that's super useful, and the fact that it is a shared API makes it like so that everybody is sort of following the same rules of the blockchain, but also useful in cases that people want to keep like souvenirs from music, art concerts, or music festivals, and so much of it is sort of in physical form right now. Even small things like punch cards at your local cafe or something, which I lose all the time. So if there was a way to sort of like move all that on chain, either through like POAP tokens or something, that would be extremely beneficial.
I think that's a really interesting thing, like where we start bridging the kind of online experience with the real world. Like there's all sorts of digital assets that actually encode real world objects. And I know a lot of people kind of are looking at, we already have NFTs for digital land. So can we have NFTs in realty or like in the physical space? There's one that I think is would have been my answer to the question earlier around, things that are trying to do really cool stuff. There's like Tree DAO, which plants trees where NFTs are created, and then you can vote on like helping maintain the land and like how to help improve like the local environment ecology. It's like, that's amazing. That's so cool. And the interplay between the online like NFT space where, you know, within the blockchain, folks are kind of making decisions as a group, and then the real world implications of the objects that those digital things point to, those things connecting, I think is also a really cool space folks are pushing.
I got a final question, and maybe we can wrap this up. The question is, what is the name of your cat, Billy? You need to come up with one now.
After the ETH Global CryptoKitties launch event, I like came home to Christmas that year and like had been traveling, so I was like a bad sibling son and didn't buy anybody's presents. So I decided to like give everybody CryptoKitties, and the way I did it was like buying postcards at the airport and writing mnemonic phrases that were inside of them and sealing it and then like sending it to all the CryptoKitties. And now my sisters are all like, hey, is that still like exist? Is there like real ether on there? Like, am I rich now? I'm like, you have a crypto kitty. I'm like, I hate to break it to you, but like, I'm really trying to think what the name of it was. I want to say like fluff nut or something like that. So if I can bring that up, that's the name of every digital cat that I own from now on.
Amazing. Well, Billy, people pleaser, Molly, and Amy, thank you so much for this amazing talk and this awesome panel. And hope to see you all in our events, and we'll keep you posted on what comes out of this weekend from the hackathon.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Thanks.
And next up, we have another panel on the topic of DeFi and what's possible in the world of decentralized finance. And for this panel, I want to welcome Camila Russo from Defiant, DeFi Dad from Zapper, and moderating this panel will be Mariano Conti from previously MakerDAO, overall great guy. And I'll let Mario, Camila, and DeFi kick us off with this panel.
Great, thank you so much, Kartik, and really happy to be here. ETH Global events are really my favorite. So welcome everybody. This is, like it said, what's possible in decentralized finance. I'm joined by Camila Russo and DeFi Dad. How about we do a couple of quick introductions, starting with Camila.
Sure. Yeah, thanks ETH Global for inviting me. This is great. I'm really happy to be on this panel with Mariano and DeFi Dad. I'm the founder of The Defiant. Hopefully you all subscribed to the newsletter and watching the YouTube, but The Defiant is a content platform focusing on decentralized finance. And I'm also the author of The Infinite Machine, the first book on the history of Ethereum.
Awesome.
DeFi
And
Dad.
yeah, I'm DeFi Dad. I have been in Ethereum or crypto for about 3 years, and I was I think one of the earliest people to get on board with DeFi, just trying out applications back in 2019, and I have since then been really fortunate. I got to work for a few years at Consensus, working on the Ethereum Summit. I now work on the Zapper core team. I've been with them for almost a year. I actually, coincidentally, am an advisor to the Defiant, so I've been really lucky. I met Cami right around the time she was launching the Defiant, and I write weekly posts in the Defiant. And then I guess aside from that, I host a weekly live stream now called Zapper TV, which happens an hour from now if you want to join us after this. And also, I'm an active angel investor in the DeFi community. So thanks for having me too. Really grateful to be here, and especially next to two of my favorite people here in the world.
Oh, the same here. Well, quickly about me, I been in the space for a while. I was at Maker for 4 years, ended up leading the smart contracts team. I love DeFi. I've used it ever since its inception. I like to think that that I was one of the people who was there for the birth of of this whole movement. So when we think what's possible with DeFi, I love this topic because first off, I think almost anything is possible. But what we're seeing lately is, we're reading stories that really ground everything that we've been doing, and they put it in a different plane, right? It's becoming real. We're going further from just speculation and arriving to things that will help people in the day-to-day. And we were discussing something that I really wanted to talk about, which was a thread that was started by Romina Cejas, a member from the DeFi Latam community, and it was picked up by The Defiant, by Argent, which was a person in Argentina that they renovated their house from an airdrop, the Uniswap airdrop, the pulled together airdrop, and they managed to renovate their house. And I think that is like a great place to start. I want to start discussing that a little bit. I think, Cami, you wrote about that in The Defiant, or?
I'm writing the story. I'm setting up interviews with the guy who actually did the renovations, and Romina's putting me in touch with even more people who have similar stories. I'm also getting stories from people in in Iran who also got Uniswap airdrops and like Gitcoin airdrops. So there's like, by reporting this story, I'm getting just like these really interesting anecdotes from just users in the space all over the world who just by interacting with these protocols are getting rewarded with tokens, and it's really surprising. I've had this experience myself. I think we've all had, of like, oh, like this protocol that I use every day now has an airdrop, I'll go claim my tokens, and then like suddenly realizing, okay, like this is an actual like decent amount of money. And I think this, besides kind of the fact that it's cool to get like free money, I think what's important about this concept is that like we're going into a new paradigm of what the internet is like, and how people are interacting with internet applications, and how finance is really part of the internet now, and how people, by using applications, are also becoming owners. So like we as users get rewarded with application tokens, and then these tokens give us power to actually govern and make decisions on the very protocols that we're using. So I think that's kind of what's so interesting about this concept, besides kind of like getting free money, which is fun, and in some cases actually life-changing. So yeah, it's a really nice story.
DeFi, that in your case, working at Zapper, which is kind of, like they say Reddit is the front page of the internet. I like to think that Zapper is the front page of DeFi, right? Because so many people, like myself, first website they open up in the morning, and you have to integrate so many of these protocols. So you probably get to work with them also early on. What has been your experience?
Yeah. We get a fire hose of both new and advanced users on Zapper. And in case anyone's new to this, go to zapper.fi. It's a place where you can track your entire DeFi portfolio. So if you've got one or many wallets, you can see it all in one place. So the most important thing of knowing where your money is checked off. But then we provide you with all the other sorts of tools to on-ramp into DeFi, like there's an exchange, there's the ability to invest in liquidity pools, and there's the ability to get into farming opportunities. So, I feel very lucky. I actually just got off a Zapper community call today, and we'll have users that want to talk to us about the newest, most advanced farms, but we also have people who are like, how do I set up a MetaMask? And I think like my takeaway has continued to center around the idea that those who dip their toe into DeFi, you never meet a person who says, I tried DeFi and it's just not for me. Every single person says, holy shit, this is insane. I can do this with my money. This is the internet coming for my money. I finally have the opportunity to participate in anything I want, do what I want when I want. The only limitation at this moment, especially on Ethereum, is just, can I afford to transact? And that is a radical concept. I mean, the ability to do whatever I want with my digitally scarce money anywhere in the world. And so, I think that, going back to like our original topic, I guess, like what's possible with DeFi, like you guys said, it's anything. But what is so radical about the whole DeFi movement is that it's about people learning what they could have done with their fiat money. In most cases, many of us did not grow up with a wealth manager or, someone in the bank that wanted to help us grow our money. Most of us grew up with some shit savings account, some mutual fund with high fees that screwed the middle and lower classes in every country in the world. And so the difference now is that we have access to a lot of the best tools for earning yield with our money. That's why really rich people are getting on board with DeFi. But that's also why people who are not super rich are also really interested in DeFi. And, I think like as long as we keep our eye on the ball with educating more, like that's why the three of us are here. I think we all believe in that more than anything. The Defiant has, what do you have, like 30,000, 40,000 subscribers now, Cami?
Something like that.
Yeah. So you have all these subscribers, you put out a tremendous amount of free content. Me and Mariano have done the same things through different channels. The goal right now is to educate as many people as possible so that we don't repeat the mistakes of traditional finance. That's the greatest threat to our success in the future, is just not helping enough people learn how this stuff works.
I agree. And in some cases, this learning is gamified, right? Cami, you mentioned the Philippines and Axie Infinity. Can you talk a little bit about that? And is it just a game, or do you think that it is also a gateway into DeFi?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so I was just mentioning this great story that we did at the Defiant. NFTs are becoming a major source of income for crypto newbies in the Philippines to Colombia. So this is a story that kind of goes into how this game, Axie Infinity, is allowing people to earn additional income, in some cases substantial enough that it becomes their primary source of income. And it's this very kind of cute game where you collect these characters and like have them kind of play against each other and like go to like battles against each other. And by participating, you earn these NFTs, these tokens. And like, everything in Web3, players of Axie Infinity actually own these tokens. It's not like Axie Infinity, the game that owns these NFTs, but like the players have non-custodial wallets. They're earning these NFTs and they can sell them in an exchange to make actual cash. So and people in emerging economies are taking advantage of this because something that maybe might not be very substantial for people living in New York, where really, you need like $100 to cross the street. For someone in an emerging economy, like, a couple $100 like really does make a difference. So I think, yeah, it's not just a game, because it really kind of starts to teach you how to interact with this new world where you are actually an owner, kind of, and you're in control. So the concept of like having a non-custodial wallet, having to be responsible for your private keys, actually owning the assets that you are, in this case, playing with, like these NFT characters. You actually own them and can't just exchange them. So I think these games are great gateways into DeFi, because they're ways for people who don't come at crypto from this traditional way that we've been used to, of being like a Bitcoin enthusiast and being attracted to crypto because of like the digital gold, like hard money aspect, or B, coming to Ethereum because you're a developer and you want to build kind of financial applications. But now we have this new wave of users who are coming to crypto because, they're playing a fun game. And like with this new kind of wave of NFTs is, because like they're creators who want to monetize their art. I'm really excited to see kind of blockchain games as gateways to DeFi and Web3, as people kind of learn how to interact with this new paradigm.
Cami, I think you hit on a point around there is an innovation that's happened in DeFi, and that one of the many innovations is liquidity mining or yield farming, whatever you want to call it. Because in the traditional world, an entrepreneur goes out and she or he raises money from investors, and then they use that money in marketing and sales, product development. But the whole goal is to acquire customers. So they're basically burning through investor money, and in exchange, those investors have ownership in the company. They believe in some sort of upside. The problem with that, of course, is the limitations of who can participate. In most instances, as an investor, you normally have to have money to invest it in a lot of countries like the US. And it also becomes a game of who has access to these sorts of conversations. I don't doubt that venture capitalists work really hard, but I can attest, just for the short time I've been in the world of investing through DeFi, I am amazed at just how we just recycle through the same investors over and over again. So what DeFi did is it flips it on its head and it says, screw that. You don't have to raise money through the traditional routes. You can just launch, let's say with a team of 5 people or something, or even 1, you could launch a protocol and you say, hey, customer who's risking your money, who's spending valuable time, who's talking about my application, how would you like it if I rewarded you with equity in our protocol or our company, if you want to talk about it in that way? And so that's what's radical about liquidity mining, is now we've cut out all of this bullshit, this inefficiency that happens, and now we can reward users. And that's what earlier, Cami, you were mentioning, like you and I and Mariana, we've all been blown away by, there are applications that I used because I thought they were cool, and I talked about them because I thought that others should learn about them. The fact that we've gotten airdrops, it's brilliant because we were already aligned with that company. I already loved Pull Together and was going to talk about it till I'm in the grave. And now I actually own a stake in Pull Together, so I'm even more incentivized. Gitcoin just did this. I donated probably $1,000 over 2 years to maybe 500 projects, probably a dollar, one DAI to every single one of them. I mean, the airdrop that I got was, a surprisingly significant amount of money, but I'm still going to remain long in part of it because I believe in Gitcoin and I want to participate in their governance, and I want to see through the future of that protocol. So yeah, I mean, I just, I want to remind everyone, if you've heard that liquidity mining and, farming is a fad, that is wrong. There will be lots of teams that will flame out because of it, but we are going to see this mechanism take hold in other industries. Once others realize that they can incentivize a community of their users to get behind them and raise capital this easily and this quickly, it's only a matter of time before we see that become a standard.
So you think that this, the airdrops to loyal users, it doesn't necessarily create a community because the community is already there, but it kind of cements a little bit, right? It doesn't have to, but it's almost like an implicit, secret handshake. It's like a thank you, and also probably becomes. I'm imagining, a virtual shareholder meeting, right, between, I don't know, companies in the SPF 500 and DeFi projects. I would imagine the token holders for the DeFi projects to be among the most diverse crowd ever, right? From pretty much every single country in the world that has internet access, and all of them eventually having a voice and a vote in the future of these projects, which to me are gonna become, the next big companies that'll take over the world.
One thing it's probably too expansive to talk about here, but when you go and you think about what's possible with DeFi, I actually think that DeFi in general will be able to dissolve our sense of what is a country or what's a nation state, and really like unite more people. Because like I can tell you right now, like I'm not anti-American, but if you said, where is your greatest loyalty? My greatest loyalty is to the Ethereum community. Why? Because I have more in common with them. I don't know where a lot of my friends that I've made through the community, I often don't even know where they are in the world. I come to find out, oh, you're in Malaysia? Oh, cool. I had no idea. But there's so much in common there because we're living in this digital world that, this still sort of is that, it's that mirror that reflects what is like, we're simulating what would be a panel in a physical conference. But like, I think this is going to be the default. I think we're all going to live in a world that's remote first, and we're going to thrive in virtual reality. Like the Defiant has a VR headquarters now, and that's the standard. So if the world is becoming more and more default digital, then we need a default digital money. We need a default digital finance, and that's why this is the future. Like we're not going back. There's no one today who's writing letters and is like, oh yeah, email, it just isn't for me. I decided I'm a US mail maximalist, it just, nothing's ever been better. It's me and my friends, we meet up at US mail maximalist meetups, and we just talk about how great the US Postal Service is, like that's what some of the Bitcoin dinosaurs sound like right now. And there's still time, we're still early in DeFi, but I think it's really important that everybody, get on board. This is not going away.
I love that. That's hilarious. Yeah, I think you're kind of it's yeah, on point there on like what's possible in DeFi. It's this just global network, like global financial system that's really providing access to financial services for the first time to just people anywhere, whoever they are. Like all you need is an internet connection and a Ethereum wallet. So I think that's pretty unprecedented. It's really revolutionary, and it does kind of like bring down borders. And so I don't know, like I think we get like very just like idealistic, but in the end, it's if we want to kind of like bring it back to earth, it's really kind of the ability for anyone anywhere to access financial services, and do something as simple as get their money in a stable coin and start earning interest and start building their wealth and taking control of their assets and hopefully becoming more financially independent. I think it starts with that, and then you can kind of continue building off that. But like for anyone who's just like getting into DeFi and like thinking like, is this for me? This is like really weird. Like, what are all these like cartoon avatars talking about? But I think like it's just like, it's financial access for everyone. That's basically what it is. Like you need to like first like get over that first hurdle of like, using MetaMask, approving transactions. That's kind of like, will look very weird at first, but once you get over that, it's just very simple, and you can like start increasing your savings and taking control of your money today. I sound like a DeFi ad, but take control today.
No, but you know, one thing that broke my heart last year was I'm very active, as you are, with, you know, the Latin American community, and starting to see people getting priced out of, you know, Ethereum mainnet and DeFi, because the fees started becoming so huge, astronomical. But it turned out that, I'm not going to say that it's a good thing, but it did, you know, prompt the community overall to rethink and, you know, roadmaps and come out with scaling solutions faster, right? And today it's like a different ecosystem. We can transact on mainnet through either ourselves or through, you know, compounding protocols like Yearn. But we can do things on scaling solutions, and that way we bring all the people who may have left, we bring them back. And when I say DeFi, I mostly or exclusively mean DeFi, but on Ethereum in my case, you know, which is, I believe, the most credibly neutral smart contracts blockchain, etc. And to me, it's nice seeing all those people who may have left coming back with, you know, scaling projects like Polygon, and now the L2, hopefully the other solutions that are going to be coming out. And DeFi Dad, have you seen any of that? You know, Polygon is supported in Zapper.
Yeah.
Optimism, maybe.
Yeah, if anyone's newer to the DeFi space or to Ethereum, you know, don't be afraid to go try DeFi on Polygon. You know, there's a lot actually also going on Phantom. I recognize there's a lot that goes on BSC, but it's understanding what you said, what's credibly neutral, what's actually is more decentralized, or whatever your definition of what is decentralized versus what is not. As long as you know those risk parameters, I mean, you're good. You know, I think like if someone comes to me and says, I have $20, I want to get started in DeFi, even at 30 Gwei, you know, with super low gas prices right now on Ethereum the last few weeks, I'm like, you know, in good conscience, I know you can have a lot more fun if you get onto Polygon. So, you know, you go to like Zapper, we opted to start supporting Polygon, BSC, and Phantom. All three of these are, I think, appropriately called side chains, despite some of the ridiculous conversations I've heard about that lately. And then you have your true L2s like Arbitrum that's launching very soon. You'll have Optimism, you'll have ZK Sync, or whatever it's called, ZK Porter, when it goes live. Those are truly like elevated trains. Loopring too. Those are elevated trains on top of Ethereum, where they inherit the security and decentralization benefits of Ethereum. So anyways, long story short though, I would encourage anyone, like, don't be afraid to, you know, get on zapper.fi/bridge and move some money over to Polygon. I choose to keep a majority of my assets on Ethereum, but I think that's a privilege at this point. I think it's because I've been here for a few years, and I think, again, I'm very fortunate to be able to do that, to make that decision. But it was some dark days, you know, for months there. We all were looking at gas prices saying, this is so insane. Like when you get up into 200, 300, 500 Gwei on a few days, that's not possible for many people. The gas costs more than the amount of money they had to transact with. So, you know, yeah, I guess that's my rant on knowing the difference between DeFi and what is something in a spectrum between DeFi and centralized finance. But it mirrors, it looks just like DeFi, but you know, if you're on BSC, you know that those validators are ultimately, they're either under the control of Binance or they have very tight-knit relationships, which questionably makes it questionable whether or not it's decentralized finance.
I know, DeFi Dad, that you are a yield farmer. You show a lot of projects on TV, but Cami, are you a yield farmer too? Do you actively use all of these projects? Do you use some?
Well, I test some projects. I'm not actively yield farming. I think, you know, what I try to bring with the Defiant is objective and unbiased reporting. So I try to stay away from investing in these like any like specific protocol. I obviously do kind of testing things out because I need to kind of know what I'm writing about and editing. But yeah, I'm not like actively investing, I guess, in DeFi.
Kenny, how about, or you or Mariano, what, you know, one thing I don't want to leave off here while people are watching is, you know, if you had to recommend like 1, 2, 3 applications for those that are newer to DeFi, what are some of the simpler ones you might recommend?
I would say one of the simplest ones, if somebody already has access to digital dollars, be it USDC or DAI, would be just putting them in Polygon and inside Aave. That is, I would say, just about the safest that you can get. They're tried and tested, battle tested protocols. You can start earning some money on your digital dollars. And that is the perfect gateway to slightly more complicated strategies. Like, once you're there, you may want to learn about Instadap and how with just a couple of clicks, you can do a loop with your DAI or USDC, and whatever you supplied, you can borrow again and supply it yet again. And instantly you're now yield farming the Matic token, for example. So that to me lately has been my recommendation. Also, in my case, because I know a lot of people who need access to digital dollars, right? They people here in Argentina and in other countries, they save in those dollars because, I always talk about the depreciating Argentine peso. So that to me is usually my go-to.
That's awesome. Cami, anything else that I know, again, you've been more testing aside from I know the long positions you would hold, but any of the DeFi apps that have really stuck out to you? I'm talking actually to like protocols. So I'll say default is I would tell anyone, go to Zapper.fi, and click on the farm tab. You can discover there's like 600 opportunities there, and then you can enter any one of the liquidity pools on the pools tab. But if you're not doing that, what do you like, Cami?
Yeah, so I've actually like had to do this a few times because there's like so many friends and like family asking about crypto and DeFi. So like I guide them through like how to do this stuff. And a lot of like people are just like coming into this without knowing just like the very basics. So I think to start, like anyone just getting into DeFi, I recommend just trying Uniswap, because I think that's kind of like the first thing, like the building block that you need to get like from ETH to like whatever you want. So like just go to Uniswap once you have ETH in your MetaMask, and swap for USDC or DAI or like some stable coin, and then I recommend also like Aave, like getting interest on Aave, on Aave, or like I think it really blows people's minds when I explain Yearn to them. It's like you go, like you can pick any of these strategies. The protocol itself will execute this thing so that you get like the most amount of yield. You don't have to do anything, and that really kind of like blows people's minds. And Set is also like a similar concept. So I think like both Yearn and Set are really great places to go for someone who's just starting out and just wants to put their money to work and not have to do much. Like they're just like very kind of allow you to have like a very passive strategy and just like start earning interest that way.
It's funny.
The money robots, like RSA mentions. I'm being told that we need to wrap up in a couple of minutes. So, a reflection. Cami has a book on the birth of Ethereum and a little bit of DeFi called The Infinite Machine. She actually tells my story of buying a car with a loan from Maker with DAI. That was probably one of the, maybe not the first, but one of the most, one of the earliest examples of actually using DeFi in the real world.
Cool.
And Cami, are you writing anything new with all of this? Probably last summer you can write a Bible with everything that happened last summer.
There are so many good stories in DeFi. I'm itching to write a second book. I'm not at the moment, but I'm collecting stories for the time that I do. I think I need to kind of figure out how to delegate more like defiant work, because right now, like, I wouldn't have a minute in the day to write a book. But once I figure out how to do that, then I'll get to to writing the second book, which I really like. I can't wait. Just like the stories in DeFi are insane.
There are so many. DeFi Dad, anything you want to add?
No, just I think one of the key takeaways is think about what's in your wallet that's sitting there idle. I'll use the most obvious example of Ether. And, if you can start to find, again, like the easiest way to find opportunities is through an aggregator like Zapper. And you can go there under the farms and search Ether and then start to recognize that, hey, I could take my Ether and be in a curve pool with 50% staked ETH, Steth by Lido, and 50% Ether. Now I'm earning staking rewards, I'm earning trading fees, and I'm earning a few different reward tokens. So as long as you can self-custody, which is probably that's one of the biggest questions, is can I trust myself to self-custody and maintain these assets? Then you can start to let that money work. And I think idle assets is one of the best places to start. I have something, I'd like more of it. Why don't I put it to work in this thing? BT dubs, you can insure a lot of these things now through like a Nexus Mutual. So anyways, yeah, no, just thanks so much for having me though. This was awesome. Always a pleasure to talk with the Cami Russo and the Mariano Conti.
And the DeFi Dad, it was, great talking.
I wanted to say, because because we could have done this in Spanish. I couldn't have. I was going to be like, soy DeFi Dad. Hey, Boston.
Papa DeFi.
Papa DeFi, yeah. No, so good to see you guys. And just keep putting out all the awesome content the two of you do.
Wow.
Likewise.
Yeah, likewise.
Cami and Mariano, thank you so much. It was a super interesting conversation. There's still a lot of questions, but I feel like we're definitely a little bit over time. So I want to leave them for some other future talk that we'll invite you back for. But thanks so much for this awesome discussion.
Thanks, Karthik.
Bye.
Good job on the conference.
Karthik.
Bye, guys.
Take care, everybody. And
next up, I want to introduce our last panel talk for the day. We have one more talk after this, and that is our panel on the future of DAOs. I want to welcome John Palmer from Party DAO, Kinjal Shah from Blockchain Capital, and moderating this panel will be Linda Shea from Scalar Capital. So we'll have a really interesting chat about just how DAOs are changing everything, and welcome everybody on the panel.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks for having us. The DeFi panel was really interesting too. So just quick intro on myself. My name's Linda and I run a fund called Scalar Capital and previously was at Coinbase. Very excited about this discussion on DAOs with John and Kinjal. And so Kinjal and John, could you please kind of talk about a bit about your background and what you're working on with DAOs and why you are excited by DAOs?
Sure, happy to start. Thanks for having me. So my name is Kinjal. I'm an investor at Blockchain Capital. And
is the audio like working well for you, John? Or
yeah, Kinjal, I think you might. I don't know. Maybe like adjust your mic. It's a little bit cloudy.
Sorry. You guys hear me now?
It's still a little bit muted. Maybe John, you can go first, and then we can have.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sure. Yeah, my name is John Palmer. I'm a software engineer and designer. Have worked as a designer and engineer at a few companies and founded a Solidity Tools startup back in 2017. But as far as it relates to this talk, I'm currently PMing for a group called PartyDAO. It is a group building a product together that allows people to place collective bids on NFT auctions, and happy to dive more into it later. I think, well, yeah, maybe I'll just leave it there. That's my intro.
Awesome.
How's my audio now?
It still sounds a little bit underwater.
Weird. We tested this before. Any better?
Let's not sure.
Let me try disconnecting.
Okay, cool. John and I can chat. Well, okay.
Yeah. We can just jump into a first question if you want, Linda. And
yeah. Well, first of all, like that's a really interesting example of that. I would love to hear a little bit more about how that got started and kind of what are the interesting things you've learned through that process. And then we can jump into to talking about what are some creative use cases of DAOs when Kindle's back.
Totally, yeah. So PartyDAO specifically, this is the origin story moment. I guess if I'm sure you've seen, and probably a lot of people here have seen recently on Twitter or on Foundation or different NFT platforms, this behavior of groups of people coming together and like pooling their money so that they can place massive bids and win NFT auctions. Maybe the most notable example recently has been Pleaser DAO placing like $5 million bid on the Snowden NFT. And so the founder of Mirror, Dennis, had tweeted out this idea, like, what if there was just a product called Party Bid where you could just like quickly like spin up a DAO, pool money together, bid as a team, and then win an NFT together, eventually like selling it and splitting the profits. And overnight, a friend of mine, Anish, built the smart contracts for this and just posted it on Twitter and ended up using those smart contracts to win an NFT auction with a friend later that week. So this kind of sparked excitement around this idea. And Dennis then created a crowdfund on Mirror to raise 25 Ether to build a DAO, to actually like build a real, professional productized version of this same thing. And so 25 ETH ended up getting raised very quickly from maybe 50 or so contributors who then joined a token gated Discord together and started organizing to build that product. And that's kind of the origin story. The really cool thing about that for me has been that the people who've ended up in this group are actually amazing builders. So there's people like, Khalil, the designer from Uniswap, like the designer of Uniswap, and, senior Solidity engineers from companies like Cello and Dharma and 0x. Then you've got like amazing PMs and writers in there as well. So it's been really cool to see like a group of talent that you could probably never recruit to one startup is now working together on something. And that like definitely makes my ears perk up and be like, oh, that's kind of like a cool competitive advantage around talent or something. And, over the past few weeks, that group has elected a smaller team of about 7 people to design, write smart contracts, build a front end for this product, which is, now about halfway through development. So I think that's the origin story. That's what's happening. And to me, in the announcement, like blog post for this thing, I kind of framed this as like, it's really cool because it's a DAO that builds products. And I think, hopefully when Kindle's here and we start talking about DAOs more generally, I think it's a very loaded term. So it's cool to like kind of break DAOs down into different, taxonomy of different use cases. And I kind of bucket this in this kind of unique spot right now. It's a DAO that builds products. I haven't really seen that before. So that's just a bunch of background on PartyDAO.
That's awesome. This represents some of the parts of why I'm so excited about crypto and like the really amazing things happening in the space. Like this is so cool. Hopefully we have Kindle back. Well, I had a question about membership. So is membership open to anyone to be able to join this DAO? Like, do you have an application process? Like, how do you think about the dichotomy of like DAOs being super open to anybody, but also making sure you're filtering for high quality members?
Yeah, definitely. Well, right now, the initial membership was basically based on who contributed to the crowd fund. That was how tokens were initially allocated. And since then, it's a Discord server with a collab land bot, gating it by 10 tokens. So the only way to join the DAO right now is if a member sends you tokens. And that's happened quite a bit. Members have sent tokens to friends or people that they wanted to work on this project. And some of the people working on it now were just like invited via sending tokens. But that's the only way in right now. It's like, I guess you could say that's like membership referral or something. Now, technically, it's not something that's totally under the control of the DAO. Like, if any member decided to kind of overrule and put the tokens on Uniswap, then people could buy the tokens and there would be like a market for entering. But no one's done that so far. And I think that kind of speaks to the alignment around the singular focus of like, we're here to build this product, not to like pump a token or not to just like kind of arbitrarily grow. I feel like all the members that have been added so far have been aligned around this idea of like the immediate goal is we are building a product that we are trying to ship. And so, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, it reminds me of one of your tweets where you talked about how DAOs are a very abstract concept and we should be thinking about them differently. Would love for you to kind of talk about that because I thought that was a really interesting tweet you had.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I would even first link that back to something that I was thinking a lot about and wrote about earlier this year, which is like this term of a scissor label, which is rooted in like a Slate Star Codex post. But I think DAOs have become one of these terms where it's a term that we're all talking about, where we've all like agreed that this term is like a thing and we're all talking about it. And that's useful insofar as it's now like the Schelling point for conversations and action, and like it spurs things to get started. But even though that term has been established, no like canonical definition of a DAO has been established. So people are talking about the same term, but assuming different definitions. And that's like not really a very useful way to talk about something. And so I think DAOs are in that camp right now, which is one thing that'd be cool here is talk about like different types of DAOs. Like some DAOs are smart contracts and that's all it is. Some DAOs are like a Discord server with members and it's like very much socially coordinated. Some DAOs are like governance tokens, like Uniswap's token, where there are on-chain governance mechanisms that also really rely on social coordination as well. Like these are all things people call DAOs. Right. The tweet that you're mentioning was, I think, the biggest fault of that kind of phenomenon is when you start talking about like, let's start a DAO, like we should do a DAO. And it's just like saying like, we should do a startup without deciding like what, yeah, it sounds great. Like what should the startup do? Like what's the idea? What's the purpose? And that was really my point, is that like any given DAO should have a job to be done and like a mission, and all of the things that you do with that DAO, like how you decide the membership structure, decision-making, where you congregate, like what your criteria are for like participation, all of that will be designed around whatever that initial mission was. But if you just like start a DAO and then like, cool, we started a DAO, and then you kind of try to figure out what it's going to do, I think you just get like really messy coordination because there's like no initial, incentive alignment or anything from the beginning. So I was just tweeting about that basically.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I fully agree with you there. Kinjal, would you be able to introduce yourself and talk about what you're doing in the DAO space and why you find DAOs really interesting?
Yes, sorry about that. Hopefully this is better.
It's better, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. So my name is Kinjal. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I'm an investor at Blockchain Capital, and then on the side, I teamed up with Sheets of Basics and one blockchain basic to launch a DAO called Onboarding, which is focused on investing in female founders and
Nice. By the way, there's like a bit of a background noise. I don't know if you can find like a quieter location, just putting that out there. Awesome. Well, I wanted to talk about like just what are the most creative examples that you're seeing in the DAO space. I think it'd be really interesting to the audience to hear what are some cool examples happening right now. I mean, the space changes so quickly too.
Yeah, so some of the DAOs that I think are super interesting in the art space, nonprofit space, trying to basically come around and fund different audiences and different missions that don't necessarily see a lot of coordination and capital allocation in an easy manner. So I think a lot of the DAOs in that space in particular have stood out to me, and I think we're kind of at the tipping point where we're about to see a lot more.
And how about you, John?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think to me, DAOs are just like as the umbrella term. I feel like the commonality is like it's new ways of organizing people to coordinate around any given like goal or purpose. And I personally like think that the Party DAO thing is interesting. Like group of people building a product. I think the Pleaser DAO stuff is pretty cool too. That's like kind of a group of people that's bidding on art auctions, but typically in support of philanthropy. So it's this interesting kind of like, it's a brand, it's a fund, and it's also like a philanthropic organization. Again, just like blurring lines between different things that would typically have to be kind of these formalized separate institutions. And then, the DAO term is like originating from decentralized autonomous organization. And I think originally the idea was that it was a smart contract with like rules on chain and like public functions that anyone could call. And to that degree, something that I recently thought was like a cool DAO was this thing called the Freaker Fortress, which, there was this NFT game called Ether Freakers. I think it was just a hackathon project, but there was this game where you could like fight NFTs against each other. Basically, they had attack and defense attributes. But someone built a smart contract. My friend Wilson actually built a smart contract on top of that game that let anyone send their character into the same contract. And then members of that group could vote to collectively attack and win the game by attacking with like the collective power of all of their characters in the game. And I think I just throw it out there as another like interesting DAO because there's no Discord, there's no Telegram. It was really just a smart contract that anyone in the game could opt into to like link up with just like public functions.
Wow, that's awesome. So that's publicly available. Anyone can.
Yeah. You can check out Wilson Cusack's Twitter. He was tweeting about it a bit a couple months ago.
That's awesome. Well, leading to my next question is, what are some use cases for DAOs that currently you haven't seen right now, but you would like to see exist in the future? Kinjal, do you have any ideas there?
Yeah, so I think like we started to see this with Party DAO where folks came together to like purchase an NFT. And I think what's interesting to think about in the DAO space, and I'm sorry about the background noise, is just like pop-up DAOs and how like DAOs can kind of differ on horizons. And so I think you're going to see a lot of experimentation there where maybe a DAO is somewhat temporary and has a particular purpose for a moment in time, but then kind of completes that and then moves on.
I like that a lot. Especially we have so many more tools in the DAO space now that it's easier to spin these up and coordinate people really quickly. John, how about you? Any things you're super excited to look forward to?
Yeah, I mean, I think the stuff Kinjal mentioned a minute ago around like nonprofits and artist stuff is really cool. Like I think maybe like the Mint Fund is like a cool example of like pulling together money for like gas costs for artists. And then I actually don't know all the details of the Mint Fund other than, when it was first announced, I found it really interesting. But yeah, I think it's always hard to, it can always get tricky, it can always get tricky to answer questions about DAOs because they can get so broad. It's like, I'm trying to think of like what's specifically unlocked here. And I feel like a lot of it lately is around like pooling capital and directing it towards some like common goal. But I guess I could really imagine DAOs like kind of doing anything because it's just like a group of people coordinating around something. So it's hard to like limit what I can think of there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll touch upon everything. I feel like one area I'm actually excited by is just the idea of building up reputation in these DAOs and actually have that reputation like poured over to different DAOs. Like, hey, I've really built up and shown my work in this DAO, and then like that can maybe carry over. So I'm hoping somebody works more on the reputation side of things. And then, so Kinjal, you recently co-authored a piece with Cooper on the rise of microeconomies. I really love the piece. Could you kind of summarize what this trend is and what's a microeconomy, and how do you see this kind of being the future way that groups collaborate?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, Cooper and I co-authored a piece on the rise of microeconomies, and really what we were thinking about here is we have all this long tail of communities that are, spinning up online and have been spinning up for quite some time. And now they have a way to basically add a monetization layer through DAOs and through social tokens and different types of, just token economics more broadly. And so the way that we define a microeconomy is basically, maybe 100 or so folks in a community under $1 million market cap. And they're kind of doing something to create products, for a common mission. And so that's really how we thought about defining it. And I think it's going to allow for a lot of different smaller companies to create a product and generate revenue and be successful.
Nice. And I also had another thing that you wrote about that I thought was interesting to talk about was you had asked what makes something a DAO and not just an online community. So is it just the idea of just adding in financial incentives, or is there something more to that? I would be curious to hear from both of you. What are the differences between DAOs and online communities?
Yeah, I like to think about it as like a community with a bank account, or a community with like a treasury to govern and some sort of on-chain governance.
Yeah, to me, I don't know that I'd necessarily draw any distinction really. Like, I think this is like, I feel like when talking about like DAOs or communities, or like any like kind of like, yeah, one of these like scissor labels, to use my terminology, of like this really like loaded term that like people are centered on. I feel like that term is just like serving as like a vehicle for, or like a void that we can fill with a conversation about the phenomena that are actually interesting about like what we're noticing happening. So like, to me, I'm not as interested in saying like what's a DAO versus what's not a DAO, but more like what are the interesting behaviors that are making like this DAO term rise to like such a level of popularity, and then can we like break those down? And definitely like what Kinjal's saying is exactly that, which is like, yeah, like there's groups of people who are not like formally employed by, or like, involved in like some, a legally identified organization, but they have collective control over some kind of resources. But to me, that's also something really interesting about what's happening with communities. Some friends of mine wrote an essay a couple of years ago called Headless Brands. And it's about this idea that like, particularly in Web3 protocols, there's no head of a brand. There's no singular voice pushing out like the Bitcoin brand, for example, or the Ethereum brand. Everyone can kind of like co-opt it and talk about it, or like use the logo however they want. And that was already happening kind of before crypto because of the internet. Like, the internet made it so anyone could broadcast to, infinite scale basically. And maybe you could say that about like influencer marketing or communities or something. Like I do feel like communities now, even before like a shared wallet that holds cryptocurrencies, have a way greater amount of power than they ever had before, because they can like, brands regularly bend to the will of their like customers and communities before our eyes on Twitter. And so that's also interesting. Like community or DAO, whatever term, I think these things are converging around like similar behaviors, which is like groups of people coordinating and having like real influence and power. Mm-hmm. And then I think the question becomes like, how, like, what do you do with that? Like, how do you become an expert on how these groups are organizing? Because I feel like that's only going to get more important for like, a while, maybe like decades.
Yeah. I feel like, I'm curious to hear both of your thoughts on, regarding coordinating these groups of people as these DAOs become larger and larger. How do you actually have governance at scale? How do you make sure people feel like they have a voice and that they're active in the community, just because there's a lot of noise? Would be curious to hear if you have any opinions there.
So one thing I've been thinking about here is I mean, like social scalability is something we talk a lot about in the broader crypto ecosystem and how that might work within governance. And I imagine that reputation will play an even larger role in how governance evolves, just, you know, as on-chain reputation becomes more of a thing. I just don't know if DAOs are going to be as flat as they are today, where, you know, it'll always be open access, but you'll kind of know that there's potentially different reputation levels that contribute differently, or, you know, roles that are assigned within like this collective. So I think that's kind of how I see the future evolving.
Yeah, that's spot on. Yeah, I think that's a great distinction between open access versus flat structure, which don't necessarily need to be the same thing. I think even like Balaji had a cool post a while ago about like network unions and the idea of like, well, I guess one solution to this is like voting delegation, right? Of the idea of like, not everyone is going to be super engaged and not everyone is going to be an expert on like big decisions that are happening. And so being able to forward your own voting power to a delegate and have kind of voting power kind of pass through a whole network and end up, you know, a little bit more concentrated about them, hopefully around the most active, you know, qualified people, is one way to kind of break out of just like a completely flat hierarchy. And then I think, yeah, I guess like another thing that's tricky about like just groups of people who are like democratically voting around action is what level of granularity do you vote on, right? Like if, you know, we're building a product in Party DAO, right? So like if we were voting on like, what color blue should the button be? Okay, cool. Like what typeface should we use? It would take years to build the product. And so I think, you know, an obvious decision is like, have democratic decision-making happen for like broad strokes of action, wherein you then appoint a smaller group or even a centralized individual to coordinate much more dynamically for a constrained period of time, and then let it go back to people to kind of assess, do we want to do that again? This is what happened with, you know, on a much larger scale, actually, the Uniswap grants program was just like, hey, let's approve a budget of a couple $1 million to run a grants program, and let's just appoint these 6 people to run it. But after 2 quarters, we will assess if we even want to continue that. And you could even, you know, democratically elect those people or whatever. But I think this is, yeah, maybe something to decide like upfront with a DAO or a community or like whatever you're doing. If you're bringing people together to do something, is like early on, try to decide like what level does it make sense to vote on things, and what level should we just like appoint people to run the stuff for like constrained periods of time.
Yeah, I think those are really great points. Regarding delegation, I really liked how Gitcoin approached it with their token distribution that just happened, where there was 100% delegation to start. So like even before claiming your airdrop, you had to delegate to someone. So I really liked that. That's just moving things forward from the start. So awesome. Well, I want to leave time for audience Q&A. So I think Kartik is moderating that piece too. Kartik, are you going to be joining? Otherwise, I can keep going with questions.
Hey, sorry, Kartik. I'm taking over for Kartik from the global team. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely go on for questions. If you have more to add, feel free to go. We still have about like 10-15 minutes to go on. Max, over things. Let me just try to see if there's any questions from the chat. While I'm looking into that, you can go for another one.
I can add one thing just onto the. I actually wrote this down before the talk because I wanted to say this about, you know, this idea around like how do you get active engagement and make sure that, you know, a DAO or a group of people is like, you know, staying high participation. I think one big thing there is to keep the questions of governance and process at the forefront of the conversation within a DAO or, you know, community Discord or whatever. Like the questions of like, this is a lot of these things I think are obviously still very early on, and I don't think anyone has fully figured out like how to perfectly run like decentralized governance over anything. And so I feel like the main pitfall you can fall into is like you establish some process up front, and it's okay, like it's probably a good starting point, but now you're like a few months into your org and no one has like gone back to question, like, how do we feel about how this process is going? Is this working? Is it moving fast enough? Are people engaged? Do they feel like they have a voice in the system? Though I feel like people need to like, maybe my big takeaway, like easiest takeaway from this would be like, set a Discord bot reminder that says like, discuss governance process and ask how it's going would be the biggest thing. Cause even though we're all on like a panel here, I don't think anyone really has like the perfect answer for this stuff. So I would say like, have the community itself ask itself how governance is going pretty frequently and iterate and see how things improve. Yeah, I wanted to say that and forgot to. So
yeah, no, that's great advice. And I think also there's constant improvement by different projects as they launch their DAOs and how they're going about it. Like Ribbon also, they launched their tokens and it's non-transferable to start. And like there's all kinds of different experiments. So I think it's a great idea to like pull from different projects and watch how their experiment has gone and kind of iterate in your own DAO. So I think that's fantastic advice. Were there any questions?
Yeah, well, one of the questions that is there is, how do the DAO prevent tyranny of the majority? From someone from the chat. I don't know if anyone has a thought on that or something to add on that level.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have some potential bad incidents in the world of DAOs where maybe somebody comes in and there's a bad actor, or you know, these like cartels kind of form. I do think as DAOs get larger and more open, it's more difficult to coordinate that type of an attack. So let's just say it's like a smaller one and there's, you know, 50 people or something. That's definitely more doable than like thousands of people you have in some of the DeFi DAOs. But I think we'll probably need to institute some checks and balances that we just don't necessarily have yet, to kind of make sure that these types of things don't happen on the social coordination level.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I guess the big lesson, like, I guess if you're truly fully decentralized, like you can't, like the tyranny of the majority is kind of like what will rule. And that would be something like Bitcoin, where like you can't decide who, or Ethereum, like any like L1 currency would just be like, you can't decide who gets it if they can buy it, and like you can't decide what they do with it. But you know, so they're actually like the majority is kind of like in power in some way, but like Kinjal said, it's hard for the majority to coordinate. And then if there is like a coordinated majority or minority that is upset about the tyranny of the other or something, then that's usually like voiced by exit, which is like people will actually fork a community. And like we're certainly going to see that happen at some point. Like at some point, I'm sure this already happens with subreddits. Actually, like someone was telling me today about like the FIRE subreddit, which is like an early retirement. It's like financial, man, it's embarrassing that I don't know the acronym, but something retire early. It's like a community that's focused on building, you know, productive financial plans for getting rich and retiring. But like there's now r/FatFire, which is like they basically forked the community because they were frustrated at how like nitpicky responses in the other were. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this for something like a DAO or something like a brand community or something in the future. And I'm personally like excited to see what would happen there when something had originated from like a central authority, but then, you know, someone like usurped that or forked a social group.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen a lot. Just because the barriers to entry to join a DAO or even start a DAO are so low, and everything's so transparent and on chain, and you really kind of have to make sure you're treating your members well, or people are having a good experience. Otherwise, there's like always going to be maybe another DAO that they can join. And so it kind of reminds me of like sovereign individual, where it's like countries are competing for people, and so DAOs are going to be competing for talent. And I think that'll be interesting to see a bunch of forks.
Totally, yeah, it's spot on.
Hey, Kartik.
Sorry, I was away for like a minute, and that's the same when it ended. So I was like, we got to figure out now our transition. But super interesting panel. I know we had some little bit of hiccups, but everything worked out nicely. I have two questions. We'll try to see if we can do both in the time allocated. If not, we'll figure out a nice transition. But maybe the first one is as kind of all three of you you've been part of a bunch of DAOs and you've participated in governance or proposals or just even some creative use cases of these DAOs. Is there a wish list for how you want that software itself to get better? Like I'm sure there's more than just voting you need. And if you look at something like Aragon, you have anywhere from financials in there to a member list. Like what will be the wish list of the software to manage these types of organizations? And what are your complaints on interacting with DAOs right now?
I feel pretty good about software right now. You know, combination of like in Party DAO's case, it's like a token gated Discord. So it's like Discord, Collabland, Snapshot for token weighted voting, and a Gnosis safe for, you know, signing on and allocating funds to different things. I do think that multi-sig wallet software could get a lot better. Ability to bundle transactions would be really helpful. Different consensus mechanisms that aren't just M of N signatures would be better, because a lot of the time signers can be busy, and so it can take like a week to like push funds out to something that actually like is urgent. And even really established, you know, programs within DeFi right now are like struggling with that. Even when there's millions of dollars on the line, like it's like can take 4 days to try to do something you needed to do in 12 hours. So I would just say like maybe just consensus mechanisms around multi-sig wallets would be the top thing. But I think the biggest stuff with DAOs, I mean, with the one DAO that I'm in, or the one thing that calls itself a DAO that I'm in, is more social problems than software problems. I think like these ideas around like what kind of process do we even invoke for making decisions still definitely does not feel like it's found like the optimal solution at all. So social software, I guess, is what you call that.
Yeah, I would say. Okay.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I would agree on the social piece. I'm a little bit of a boomer. Discord is not my favorite. I mean, I love it, but I also kind of hate just like the constant Discord chatter. And so I would love a governance tool that did like a better job of integrating like how we talk about a topic that's not Discord. But yeah, that's just.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, because it was like I'm in several DAOs, and they all use different forums and ways of communicating, and so I'm just like constantly switching back and forth between all of these and just getting like so many random messages, and it's really hard for me to keep up and manage that. So some way of like social organization and being able to track that would be super helpful.
Even Discord channel structure is not figured out. Like I'm a big advocate for like a decisions channel where like decisions are being made and then breaking other things out separately. But I feel like, you know, yeah, there could be a much better Discord template for this type of thing.
Maybe this is probably a good thing to end on, but because the other question was going to get way too political. It was actually a follow-up to what you were going to end with, John. I'll phrase the question. We definitely don't have to answer it. The question was, right now I feel like we're at a point where it seems like everybody has to care equally for every DAO they're part of. And there's clear scalability sort of trade-offs there in terms of like how well does that evolve as an organization. So like what are our actual better methods, or do we think everything falls back to how I would say like existing parliament systems are set up in most places, where you just delegate instead of individuals representing their interests on their own. I feel like that's a big theme that also was discussed on our chat here. That's probably a panel on its own, so we won't get into that, but maybe I'll summarize all three of your responses to the last software question, which is I feel like DAOs are finally at a place where bundling does matter, because you want to now just care about things that you care about and not necessarily be part of every single message in the process or the day-to-day of operations. So for all of you who are watching this and hacking this weekend, that's an obvious idea to go into, and I'm sure there's going to be hundreds of users just waiting immediately if you make something easy to consume. So we'll end at that. And Kinjal, John, and Linda, thank you so much for this awesome panel.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda, for moderating.
Yes, thank you, Linda.
Awesome. So with that, we are ready for our final talk of today's summit. And for this talk, I'd like to welcome Juan Benet, the founder of Protocol Labs, and he's going to talk about open problems in Web3. And kind of prefacing this by saying that there's so many interesting things happening in this space. It is not as easy to build things that you would like, just because of anywhere from information overflow to just complexity, understanding the trade-offs. So Juan will talk about just why it's so hard and how we can make that a lot easier for everybody. And without further ado, please welcome Juan Benet. There we go.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the introduction, and really awesome summit that is going on right now. It's really amazing conversations, and it's been just fantastic to hear all the different ideas that people are coming up with, like just the conversation about DAOs and how people are talking about participating in so many different DAOs now and so on. Just really shows how fast the entire space is moving. And I'm here to talk about that, about how to get started, how to build new things, and so on. So what I figured I would do in this talk is kind of give a sense of, hey, the opportunities in the space are massive, and talk a bit about the challenges and the difficulties that you'll find as you go and build your new things, and then talk about how to solve those difficulties and how to how to lean on the community to resolve that. So yeah, let me share my screen and then let's get going. Can you see that?
Everything's great.
Guessing yes. Great. Awesome. So yeah, let's talk about starting up in Web3. So the opportunities are massive, and I want to dig into why. The landscape is pretty challenging, and you're going to run into all kinds of problems as you get going and you start building, and there's a ton of complexity and so on. And the good news is that we're here to help. So this is one of the most open and collaborative industries on the planet, maybe the most open and collaborative industry on the planet. And this is really an amazing space where you can lean on so many other people that will just help you figure all kinds of problems out. And so almost no matter what challenge you're gonna encounter, you can find somebody in the community that's going to be not only able to help you, but super willing and happy to help you. So big opportunities. Hey, there's gonna be a bunch of challenges. Don't worry about it. We're here to help. I wanted to just give a quick description of why Web3 matters in a larger context. I find it useful to always reflect on this because it's very easy to get caught up on the kind of normal stuff that is happening day to day, or the current project and so on. And it's very useful to kind of keep a north star on where the whole movement is going and why at the end of the day these platforms end up mattering so much. So you can think of Web3 as the next evolution of the internet, and it's good to step back and reflect that in just 80 years, computing has radically transformed humanity. So today we have superpowers. You and I can lean on superpowers that our parents and grandparents and ancestors would have never imagined. And just the fact that we're communicating live right now through this entire just computational medium is amazing. And so we're just a different species already than we were maybe even just 80 years ago. And this change is accelerating. So just keep that in mind. Now, in this integrated computing environment with humans and just silicon computers and so on and robots, this is just connecting billions of people and trillions of devices, and we're learning new and better ways of organizing ourselves. And actually, I should update this slide. It also includes probably millions, maybe billions of organizations, and now DAOs and other kinds of entities. So this like highly integrated world brain, so to speak, is functioning through this computational medium. And every year, more and more and more stuff gets integrated. And most of our activity now is riding through the internet pipes, and all of these different applications give us superpowers. And one of my favorite things about the internet is that an individual or a small group of people can get together, design a thing, design a superpower, write some software, design some really good product interfaces, bundle it up, and deploy it to everybody around the world effectively for free. And that's just an amazing environment that yields all kinds of permissionless innovation and just this super fast-paced growth of possibilities, and this broad-based deployment of these superpowers. Now, there's a lot of people around the world that don't yet have access to these amazing superpowers, and that's an important problem to solve, and go out there and increase access. You can also go and deploy some new amazing superpower and kind of upgrade the whole species. And the thing to keep in mind is that this change is accelerating, and it's gonna go through a lot of different kind of interfaces that are going to change us even more. So augmented reality, virtual reality, brain-computer interfaces, robotics, AI and AGI, and so on, are coming in the next decades. And each one of those things will just convolve with everything that's on there right now, and again change our experiences and how we work and how we integrate and how we collaborate and so on. So we're on this like super fast-paced technological evolution curve now, and just stay. It's like a way that you have to surf. And one of the really important things here is, for every single one of these technologies, it's really important that they go well, and that we aim for really good outcomes for tons of people around the planet, and they don't kind of yield a lot of powers for groups that will kind of abuse that power, or any kind of like this very lopsided centralized way where that kind of yields control, or some kind of way that just massively advantages one group as opposed to everybody. So keep on work on building technologies that kind of aim for as many good outcomes as we can. And it's gonna be pretty important to just set yourself up so that you can do that. And so one thing that I like doing is kind of it's so difficult to think about time and how quick technology changes that it's good to kind of put it on a graph like this, so that you can just look back 80 years and then think 80 years ahead, and just kind of get a sense of just how much things are going to change over the coming decades, because it's just so easy to lose sight of how quickly everything's changing. Great, so back to Web3. So how does this all affect Web3? As the next evolution of this amazing platform for deploying superpowers, what Web3 is doing at the end of the day is that it's adding verifiability to the network, and it's making the read-write web of Web2 a thing that you can trust, because you have the ability to check correctness or create structures that just reduce the level of individual trust that you might have on an entity. And so by building kind of an anti-fragile system, you can now trust the system, trust the system itself because of its verifiability. And so that's at the end of the day the core primitive that's being added, and it's rewiring all kinds of things to just work in a more trustless way. These are some of the principles. A couple of years ago, I tried to kind of write down some of the principles of Web3 and some set of values. This is just one stab at it. I think a lot of people might add or disagree with some of these. I recommend, in the spirit of Web3, make your own list and put it out there, and let's borrow from each other. Usually these values map to a specific set of technologies that you can think of as achieving that value. And it's cool to reflect on just how much is happening in Web3. It's still pretty small relative to Web2 and relative to the amount of users that kind of global platforms have, especially social networks and so on. But there's just tons of projects and tons of applications developing, and so Web3 is changing all kinds of things around the world already. So Protocol Labs is a group that is kind of working on this tech, and we're organized in a way that lets us work on a number of different projects, and we are very open source oriented. We try to build things in a way that kind of are community oriented and trying to just make everything super permissionless for everybody to work on. And so what I kind of wanted to share is some lessons that we've learned along the way in building our projects, and also in how we can potentially be helpful to you along the way. So just for background, we work on things like Lip2P, IPFS, Filecoin, and so on. Great, so back to the key messages. So let's dive into the opportunities being massive, right? So at the core of it is it's the software is eating law. And when software eats law, that means contracts, all kinds of arrangements, law underpins government. So all of that is getting bundled into software. All financial transactions are flowing into this. So we end up in a, sorry, one sec. We end up in a world where every single thing that you can represent in a normal legal contract or legal agreement is now up for grabs in terms of software. And that changes the transaction costs. It changes the deployment structures, that changes the runtime execution environment. Like right now, you have code now checking this. So it means that so much about how humans operate is going to be eaten by Web3. And it's sort of this matter of time thing. It's a matter of time given a large and robust developer community and builder community that is going to go out and make these things. But you can just sort of see this happening in waves. You'll see that every 2-3 years, just entirely new ranges of applications will come online that could just kind of keep on knocking sets of industries and so on. And over time, I feel like what this is sort of doing is it's creating this internet jurisdiction where an internet first, an internet native worldwide jurisdiction where you can build contracts, you can build organizations, you can govern, and so on. And there's so much that we have to do to figure this out and figure out how it works and how it interfaces with traditional governments and how it interfaces with and how to preserve rights for people and so on. Like we have no good notion of courts yet, as an example. But it's a super exciting environment. And it's also really amazing that it's trivially easy to deploy and operate whole new mechanisms, new contracting mechanisms, different financial instruments, incentive structures, governance systems, trustless businesses. All of this kind of stuff is super simple to deploy. You just have to design it, construct the contracts, and then ship them. Now, there's a whole bunch of change management that you have to worry about, but the fact that it's that easy and that it's that permissionless and that you don't have to kind of convince a large group of parties to try something new is incredibly promising. So we live in an environment where a group could decide to create something like UBI and try it out and build it and deploy it, and now it's live. Like, you don't have to go and convince all sorts of governments and so on that this is a good idea or that we should try it or that we should learn. And so it just puts us on a place where we can experiment a lot and we can learn from those experiments and we can feed that back in itself and improve all these systems and kind of get away from this kind of stifled innovation environment where you can't easily create new countries, you can't easily create new economic structures, you can't like solve the ills of the current economic structures because the innovation of that is just so locked down. But in this environment, you can go and try things out, and if they work at scale, then they'll blow up pretty quickly, right? And so you can tinker with all of these mechanisms and instruments and so on, deploy them into the network, and if they really work, then they'll scale. And that's a pretty amazing contribution. And all of this is super open and permissionless. It's international. It's all kind of remote first. And so this is really the internet coming into its own. All the kind of waves of innovation in the past and in the development of the internet were kind of pale in comparison to this level of permissionless innovation, remote first, shared innovation, and so on. So this is part of what makes it so fast and promising and massive. It's because so many people around the planet are coming up with new things and convolving them with each other. And so that's one other component. Part of why the opportunities are massive here is that everybody's building composable primitives. Everybody's building smaller and smaller things that have broader applicability and kind of are more robust components that then get pieced together into larger and larger solutions. And this is one of the big successes of all of the DeFi world is that composability. The fact that you can compose these things and people can use them in ways that you didn't predict, or that maybe you predicted, but you just didn't have time to build. So many projects out there get stuck on these like super long roadmaps that are hard to make it through because as a team you're limited in what you can do and so on. And so if you make composable things, then whoever wants to use it can go and kind of build the next thing and so on. So if you focus on composability, and then you're going to build a much stronger thing that many people can build on, and that will feed into kind of this explosive innovation, because you'll make a thing that builds on other people's things. Then now people can go and convolve your thing with whatever they were building or the new things that they might be building. And so this kind of constant combination and compounding of innovation is part of what's making Web3 move at a super accelerated pace. I'm very I've studied a lot of kind of technological revolutions and so on, and I've been in the crypto space for a long time, like basically since early 2010, 11 is when I first heard about Bitcoin and so on. And just every year I get more impressed by how fast and how much more there is. Like the rabbit hole goes super deep, and there's more and more and more stuff every year. And so the pace at which we're going is pretty breathtaking. And so many things that were kind of really important 2 years ago are suddenly totally replaced by new constructions and so on. So, I really encourage you to be nimble and figure out how to build composable primitives and keep surfing the wave. This is examples of the DeFi explosion and so on. Even in Falcon, we're thinking about these composable primitives. This none of this has happened yet, and it's kind of around the corner. It's later this year, people will go out and build all these things and so on. And yeah, one of the other cool things to see is these ecosystems can ramp up super quickly. You deploy an incentive structure into the network, and suddenly tons of people come out of nowhere to be part of these systems and grow a massive amount of scale super fast. So what's happening in just the platform mining ecosystem is breathtaking. Just exabytes of storage appearing out of in a super fast speed that no cloud has ever assembled this much storage this fast. And tons of new applications and systems and so on being built and experimented on and so on. So it's tons of explosion. And so all of this is gonna go even faster as new networks deploy, like new layer 1s and layer 2s and so on, as we get just much faster transaction throughputs, as we kind of connect all these networks with chains and so on, so bridges and so on. And so think of all of the composability across all of these things that people are building as just kind of amplifying and magnifying over time. Now, of course, this is all kind of complex, and we'll get to that in a moment. So the challenges. Opportunities are massive, but this is a pretty challenging environment. So there's just a ton of complexity. Stuff is happening all the time, all over the place, and it's just difficult to keep up with the information flow, what everybody's doing, and so on. So just try to do your best to stay abreast of what's going on, but also kind of focus on your thing and deploy again your composable primitive and move on from there. So this is pretty complex software when you deploy. So the contracts themselves and the mechanisms and so on might be small, but when you think of those pieces composing with other things, that just the complexity blows up, and we don't have good tools to analyze this stuff or to reason about how these things are going to work once you kind of put together. So this is in great need of new tools and so on to reason about how to build and deploy the software. But yeah, so you'll have, for now, while we don't have those tools, you'll have to navigate this individually, and you'll have to navigate this by just applying very good software design principles and software engineering principles around managing the deployment of these things and kind of reasoning about the potential problems. Thankfully, we've learned a lot now from all the exploits of the last decade. So now teams are just a lot better at deploying much safer software than we used to. This also yields complex products. It's just difficult to use all of these components, and it just gives users this tons of opportunities and flexibility and so on, which is difficult to learn. And so part of what's going on with Web3 and why it's difficult, not that many people around the planet are really using Web3 yet, is because of this complexity of the product. You have layers and layers of power users. You don't have power users and then kind of broader base consumers. No, it's like a large gradient with many different groups that understand deeper and deeper notions of complexity. And so you see this show up in wallets and in even you jump into things like Decentraland and crypto voxels, and there's just a lot of crypto native complexity there that just makes the systems hard to access for a lot of other people. And so that means both, it's a lot of product challenges for us to figure out how to make all of these things more learnable, more accessible, and so on. But it's not about hiding the primitives, it's about making the primitives easy to use and easy to learn and so on. But this just makes the products harder to build. And then on top of that, you're building economies and deploying economies. So all the mechanisms that you're building, you have to reason about how those are going to yield different types of behaviors and groups and so on. And you have to worry about exploits, and you have to worry about how to align incentives and all that kind of stuff. So as you build these things, you're now worrying about economic design, which just adds this whole other layer of complexity to the picture. Then you're dealing with potentially building organizations that have never been built before, directly on chain or in groups and so on. So this just adds yet another layer of complexity where you have to now not only reason about the complexity of your software, your product, the economy that you're building, but also the organizations that you're creating, and sometimes implicit organizations that you didn't think were there because your economic structure yielded some kind of group that now is all sort of aligned in one sense, and like that's sort of an implicit organization that becomes explicit pretty quickly. So you had to think about managing these organizations and so on. And there's also just super complex regulatory landscape because all of this stuff is new, and we're software seeding law and finance, and so that just is a complex thing to navigate, and it's international first. So there's no single kind of regulatory space. You have to worry about a lot of them, and so that just adds a lot of complexity and it's just kind of hurdles that teams have to kind of reason about and worry about as they're building. And then after you've handled all of these hurdles, you now have to distribute to users. And Web3 stuff is unfortunately hard to distribute because all the traditional app stores want people to use their kind of distribution flow. So mobile and kind of infamously, I guess, Apple and others were kind of like banning all kinds of things related to Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, or it's just the deployment pathway is really, really difficult. Also, the web we're dealing with many new kinds of protocols, so the distribution into browsers is difficult. So this just gives a whole other hurdle of making these products accessible to a lot of people. Just being able to get them to users in a traditional, simple way is a hurdle. So, a bunch of complexity. However, it's also manageable. And just remember that like the space is moving blazingly fast. And this is both a benefit and a curse, because a lot of things are changing quickly, but it's also kind of a curse because you might be working on a thing, and by the time you're done with it, it might be irrelevant because some other thing has now emerged and replaced it, or you're building a thing and suddenly this other new thing could have saved you tons of work. So keep abreast of the information. You're also dealing with an environment with like super volatile markets, and like that's difficult for organizations to deal with. We're constantly having to blaze new trails. There's not a lot of organizations you can point to and say, oh yeah, we'll just kind of do things the way that group did them. Kind of like the Web2 world, this was very common. Here it's just much harder. With this innovation and complexity, just you end up with so many new trails and whatnot. And so over time, there aren't a lot of good guides or best practices, but these are starting to get built, and this is something that I encourage the community to invest in and build. It's just better guides for how to get going. And then open source is an amazing environment, has lots of amazing good things. There's also some bad things about working in kind of super public environments and so on. It just makes innovation more difficult. And then now you can involve that with money, and like that just creates all kinds of complex incentives. And so like that's also a challenge you'll have to reason about. And there's trolls and public problems and whatnot. Now the good news is that, as the opportunities are massive. It is challenging, but don't worry, because the whole community is here to help. So this is again one of the most open, permissionless, and friendly communities that industries ever assembled. And there's just this amazing spirit of shared innovation and shared building of everybody's kind of trying. Like the principles of the movement are to kind of build these composable primitives for more people to work together through. And that's just a phenomenal thing to be a part of. And to lean on, like you as a new builder can lean on all these other groups that have built things before, and you can ask questions, you can get answers, you can get help, you can get support, you can get funding, you can get all kinds of things that can help you get going. And all you have to do is ask. You just have to find groups that that understand what you're up to and can help you. And you can just ask for help, and we're here. We'll help you. Everyone's super busy. Everyone has a ton of things to do, and yet we can all still take time to help others out and kind of pay it forward for the people that helped us. And I encourage you to find communities where you can do that. So a lot of this is on Discord and on different Slacks and Matrix and on different kind of environments like that. So you just hop on those channels if you aren't already, participate, and over time kind of ask for help as you run ones. And so there's a lot of resources that are getting developed and you can lean on. And there's a bunch of organizations also that are making it an explicit goal to help others get started. And PL is one of those orgs. There's the Ethereum Foundation is another one that has just for many years been helping a lot of other groups get started. There's a bunch of other orgs around that are super helpful. East Global is a phenomenal organization that has just for years now been the best pathway for helping developers enter into the Ethereum community and the broader Web3 landscape, and just making it way easier to understand how to build things, creating opportunities for people to get going and hack. Can't wait for all of us to get together again in a hackathon. And speaking of that, really use hackathons to get started. This is like a great environment to learn a lot, try things out, build the thing, see if it works, meet other people, see what other people are doing, and just kind of get inspired to build together. And you'll just, I think, getting into the practice of hacking frequently and often is just like a good thing to do. And again, support very open and collaborative communities, lean on others, ask for help. And everybody who's building something today that you can point to and kind of recognize and so on, got a lot of help from other people before. And everybody's always very good about paying it forward. So you just, again, there might be rate limited with time and so on, but you can usually find somebody who will be able to have the bandwidth to give you advice and support and so on. And there's also a ton of funding for groups that are building new things. So there's everything from grants to investments to whole accelerator programs now focusing on Web3. And so as you build things, so you have this mindset of, hey, it's super cheap and easy to build things. You can try things out in a hackathon. If one of these things has legs, you can maybe get some grants to get going and start building a thing, and then over time feed that into an accelerator or something else. And one of the really awesome things here is that unlike the Web 2 space or the first web space, most of the things being built don't have to be kind of like a traditional company structure. You can build DAOs, you can build protocols, you can build tools and say, hey, this is just a tool I'm building, I need a grant for it, and then I'm done and I move on to something else. And that's possible in this environment in ways that the Web 2 world never really allowed. And so there's just this habit of the community funding really good things that are valuable to everybody in a way that you don't have to attach it to a company or a business or something like that. So just really think about building valuable, useful things that people want to use, and there will be people around that if it's useful to them, they'll help you build it, and they'll help support you. Sometimes we'll join you and build it with you, and sometimes they'll be able to fund it. So yeah, think of like this kind of like pathway of resources, hackathons, accelerators, and kind of grants and investors, depending on whether you're building a business or not. And really lean up, find the right fit for the thing you're building. Like many things should not be businesses, and in the Web 2 world, they kind of turn into businesses. And we have a bunch of things that weren't supposed to be businesses, became businesses, and now like all the incentives are wonky. And so really encourage you to form a business when it makes sense, or find some other funding structure when that makes sense. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities throughout the year and next year and so on. So you can use it to build things. One quick plug for how to reason about layer 1 economies. Think of them as kind of like export economies, where like a whole group of people are aligned to participate in one way. And you can think of kind of joining that community, and that community kind of all being aligned to help each other and support each other. And you're kind of like a city state in a sense that's transacting in some kind of way, and creating some value, creating some service that you're now exporting to the rest of the world. In fact, when we think of this as like we're building the kind of like city state that is providing commoditized digital storage for the world, and kind of like thinking about how to export that out to the rest of the world. Great. So yeah, grants and accelerators. You can talk to us if you need any help with this, and you want resources. A bunch of us will be around kind of through the hackathon, and reach out. You can message us here by email, but you can find me on Falcon Slack, and I'm also on Discord under the same username. But I'm on it less because the spam is just higher for me. But yeah, if I can be helpful, don't worry, reach out, and it may take me a while to respond, but I'll get to it eventually. And you can reach out to any folks from PL or Filecoin or IPFS and any other communities that we're building, and we'll try to help as much as you can. And we're also starting to do these things of like providing office hours for some teams. Like if your team is kind of building a thing and we can be especially helpful, then maybe we can give you some office hours for you to ask questions from us and so on. So maybe if this is of interest, after the hackathon, if you want to kind of pursue the thing you're building, let us know, and maybe we can figure some way to actively help you more. Cool. That's it. Thank you so much. Sorry if I went a bit over.
Oh, this is great. You never want to cut off good conversations. Well, this was super awesome, and we do have a few questions, and I feel like on the chat there are a handful of questions directly for you. So this may turn into an interview, but I'll ask the first question. The first question is just overall, like what's a project or maybe a couple projects that you're particularly super excited about other than what you yourself are working on?
A ton of things. So I think I'm super, maybe I'll just give a couple. So super interested right now in a lot of the metaverse things, and the kind of, I see the NFT world as an offshoot of the metaverse effort. There's like this broader effort to build, kind of what is like the more physical instantiation of the internet, and kind of how do we connect as humans in more familiar ways, and how do we engage with each other and so on. Like there are a bunch of different ways to do it. Yeah, so things like crypto voxels, Decentraland, and other things like that, I'm super stoked by. And I think the whole NFT explosion recently has been a super good example of how just you turn something like that's in the human world and hooked into the legal system in kind of normal legal jurisdictions in governments, and you make it digital. So you take property and you make it digital, and then suddenly explosions like that can happen, right? And so like that's the first, the first of many. It just happened to match really well to moving around 2D art, and that really exploded, and then it is now turning into 3D art and dynamic art and so on. And now a lot of groups are thinking about how to use that to fund artist communities and funding science and so on. There's a couple of projects that I'm looking at around how to use things like NFTs to help fund science endeavors by creating kind of like art that's coupled to the science. And that's just one example of like digital property, and kind of like an explosion around that. There'll be so much more. Kind of like the next path here is like a way, so kind of a bridge of kind of the normal NFTs that are happening now to the metaverse is, I think like museums are going to be a big thing here. So making museums where you can experience the art together as people. So think of like a 3D environment where you can jump in and have galleries and go experience it together. And at first it's 2D art, quickly it turns into 3D art and interactive art and games and so on. And like that, I think that's like a smooth path to building the metaverse. I'm also really excited about Gather. Gather Town is like super cool. I just wish it was way more crypto native. It's not. It's like kind of getting sucked into the Web2 world, and I really hope it kind of like really becomes Web3 native and so on.
Only go to a bank in Gather Town and do your lending, and
yeah, exactly.
That's the real world you want to be in. That's also in the metaverse. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe one sort of meta question, more like a comment, is just I feel like one thing that when we talk that I noticed is that I think part of the challenges are just in a way understanding, especially for a new ecosystem, on kind of what things make sense to abstract. And kind of, if you notice the trend of like what Web2 is, it's that, hey, like we'll take over all the cost or the overhead of anywhere from managing users to managing servers or whatever, but you get this end product at the end. And here it's like, we're going to flip that a little bit and you opt into what you would like to go in on. Do you think sort of I mean, to me at least, this is definitely one of the reasons why things have not evolved as fast, because you obviously have a lot more to do now. But would you say like you kind of need that sort of abstraction for things to be more consumer friendly or propagate a lot more, or would you see that this is still a challenge to figure out? We can sort of get there without compromising on or settling on what Web2 is.
Yeah, I mean, I think and, this happens all the time to tons of projects, and very practically, people are just so used to the traditional development pathways that using things that are different is just so much harder. And there's just so much infrastructure in the Web2 world that you want to be able to adapt or reuse if you can. So I think it's totally fine for projects to lean on those things, just have good ways of establishing verifiability and decentralize them out, right? So a good example for that is like we found that it was really, really useful to a lot of people building NFTs to have a simple HTTP API that they can kind of like really use to kind of end-to-end manage like the whole upload process of an NFT and kind of help minting it and so on. So we built a tool and a service that allows that. However, the plan is we have like a pretty direct plan to decentralize that and to make it be a thing that works entirely on the chain. Now we're missing primitives that are not there yet, so we can't like we're rate limiting by those primitives. So now we have to build those, and once they're there, then we can like fully kind of get rid of this of us having to run this infrastructure. And so I think you have to basically do both. You have to not rate limit the products by kind of not building the thing, just build it as a crutch. However, figure out the verifiability story, make sure that it's trustless, and make sure that you have a very fast path, as fast as you can, path to just making completely automated and decentralized. And so the hurdle right now is like we don't have a good way to deploy software at scale that you don't have like the equivalent of kind of like this is what's called Borg within Google and turn into Kubernetes or AWS Lambda or things like that. You don't have a good way of shipping a little bit of software that is going to persist and be scalable, like where it's cheap computation and it's going to be there and it's not going to leak information and you can trust that it's going to be correct. Like that doesn't exist yet. So the smart contracts are just a small piece where like super expensive computation and so on. And those will scale out over the next 2-3 years. But we're still missing like this larger piece around this broader computational fabric that you can deploy any kind of computation into, and you can trust that it's going to be correct. You can trust that it's not going to leak information. And like once that's there, then all the standard Web2 stuff will just fit. Right. But I think this is about like 2-3 years out, probably.
I can totally see that. I feel like we're finally going to get the world computer that we all were promised, which makes absolute sense. And I mean, like, I absolutely agree. I think there are kind of two paths here, right? Like you can still offer that abstraction initially just to get people started, and then you eventually sort of, in a way, transition out. And NFT.storage is a perfect example that you kind of pointed to, but also actually looking at this live stream, we're streaming to live here, and we got a simple RTMP URL that kind of abstracts that for us, but everything is still happening on our behalf in the background. And that gets us really started immediately. And it took us 5 minutes instead of 5 hours. But then eventually we now are set up on a path to have a more direct integration that we don't have to rely on necessarily a single endpoint or point of failure, right? So to me, this is kind of how we do it. You test it out. Hackathons are a perfect way to do this. You kind of test something, see if it works, and then you kind of polish it up and continue improving it. And kind of looking at the comments, seems like we may see some Web3 Gather Town implementation. So hopefully for all of you that are listening,
awesome.
A cool one too. Awesome. We'll just get
shortlisted. On that, there's like this really cool behavior where if a group goes in Web3, if a group goes and makes a thing, and there's any part of it that is not kind of decentralized, and they don't have like a good plan to do it, and like they're not making progress on it, or maybe they have a plan but they're not making progress on it because they have other things to do, someone will go do it, and like someone will go and replace you and will go and make that thing decentralized. And so it's great. Like don't worry about it. Like just build a thing that works, make something that people want, make a good product, figure out how you can make it verifiable and as decentralized as you can, and whether you get to it or not, someone will, and it'll be fine. And so like just gonna focus on delivering value and making things that people do want, composable primitives, figure out what the interfaces are, and then just kind of like evolve the whole thing together, and be open to the thing that you're building getting kind of like used in ways you didn't expect, or replaced by something else if that other thing ends up being kind of like closer to what people were looking for.
Absolutely, I think that's a perfect note to end on. So we'll close here, and thank you so much for this amazing talk.
Thank you so much.
We'll all find you and the rest of the Protocol Labs team on our Discord and sometimes on Slack, and we'll continue the rest of the event there. So to everybody who stayed here till the end of all the talks, thank you so much. I want to just quickly wrap up and say that this is Web3 Weekend. We just finished all of our summits, and we have now the hackathon going on for all of today, all of tomorrow, and until Sunday morning. So thanks again for Protocol Labs, and happy hacking to everybody. Can't wait to see what everybody builds in the next 48 hours. So see you all on Sunday.